Good morning, everybody. And I'm very happy to welcome you all here at Kaunas University of Technology, Faculty of Social Sciences, Arts and Humanities. I'm welcoming you to the special event that is called Welcome to Europe and includes 3I: inclusion, integration, and internationalization. I think these three words that begin from I, inclusion, integration, and internationalization, are the main words in our society, because these words make our society better, a better place to live for everybody, not counting race, gender, and the place of origin. I think this event will help us to understand migration process and to understand how local communities, cities can help immigrants to feel better in Lithuania and in other countries. So, welcome to this workshop. I really do hope that you will have whole discussions and we will come to results that we want to achieve. And I would like to express our special thanks to Kaunas City Municipality, the municipality that let us represent, us meaning Kaunas University of Technology, our faculty and Municipal Training Center, represent Kaunas City in this interesting project. So I would like to invite for the short welcome speech Sigitas Šležas, Deputy Director of Kaunas City Municipality Administration. Sigitas, the floor is yours.
Good morning, everybody. Dear this seminar organizers and participants, I'm very happy to be here and welcome you in the historical hall of Kaunas University of Technology. I'm especially pleased because I finished this alma mater. This hall in which this seminar is being held is of a great importance for entire Lithuania. University of Lithuania, the first university in our country where our studies were offered in Lithuanian, was founded here in 1922. Through the decades, not only universities of Kaunas, but many other universities of Lithuania developed from this university. Kaunas, located in the confluence of Nemunas and Neris rivers, with 300,000 inhabitants, is one of the most significant cities of Lithuania. It could be described as a city what never accept its rule as the second city in our country. It is not only the city of old traditions, but also a large center of business and industry. It can also lay claim to be a city of young people with over 35,000 students. Kaunas already have experience in the refuge questions. Over a decade ago, about 60 refugees from Chechnya settled in Kaunas. Kaunas City Municipality at the time administrated the rent, and the Lithuanian Red Cross specialists took care of people's integration. Kaunas is currently a home to about 40 refugees who arrived earlier from Chechnya, Afghanistan, and Somalia. To implement the immigration of refugees in Kaunas program, there is an action plan according to which the responsible authorities implement the functions assigned to them. The municipal territory appointed the curator, a Lithuanian Red Cross Society, which helps foreigners to buy the necessary furniture and household items, find and rent an apartment, organizes the Lithuanian language training, organizes kindergarten attendance, organizes the children's learning at school, advises foreigners and all issues, guarantees the foreigners' visits to the labor exchange, helping to complete and prepare the necessary documents, legal advice, and so on. I do hope that the new contacts established here in this hall, knowledge and experience will be useful for all participants of this seminar. I wish the participants useful and productive discussions. I believe that the guests who arrived to Kaunas will bring home only warm reminiscence about our city. Thank you very much and have a good day. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And now let's go to the official opening of the project. Here I would like to invite William O. Gorman, International Coordinator at Kalajoki Municipality in Finland, Coordinator of the project Welcome to Europe, Free Eyes, Inclusion, Integration and Internationalization. William, please.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. Today we have quite an international group here, and I'm going to try and do my best to welcome you all here this morning by trying to welcome you in your own languages, but let's see how the poor translation lady does back there. So, from Montenegro, I'd like to say Dobra utro. That was okay. From Sweden, I'd like to say Good morgon. Was that okay? That was terrible, okay. From Italy, I'd like to say Buongiorno. That was okay. And in my best Lithuanian, I'd like to say Labas rytas. Okay. And then in Finnish, I'd like to say Hyvää huomenta, which is a very good morning to you all. I'd also like to first thank, and I'm probably going to say your name not quite correctly, I apologize, Sigitas Slajas. It's a very, very difficult name for someone like me. I'd also, and the Kaunas municipality for hosting us and for being part of the project. I'd also like to thank the fantastic Jolanta and her team, Romena, Evelina, and Tom, for making such an effort to make everything come together. I'd like to thank our speaker today as well, Agle, and of course we have Tom from the University of Florida, who will also be taking part in the panel discussions today. So we have quite an interesting and important seminar today. We're also very lucky and very privileged because our project has been chosen by the European Commission to be monitored for the course of the next 2 years. And I'd like to thank Chiara Sorge. She's over there. So she's here to make sure we do everything correctly and we don't make any mistakes. But it's very nice to have you here, and it's very nice to have the recognition from the European Commission. So I won't stay too long talking, but I want to give a little bit of a background to how this project came about. My name is William O'Gorman, and I work in Finland in a small town called Kalajoki. There's about 14,000 people, not so big. But you might have guessed from my name, I'm not Finnish. So I'm actually from another small rock, a small country called Ireland, out on the west coast of the Atlantic. And I moved to Finland about 8 or 9 years ago. So, you know, in essence, I am an immigrant. Sometimes I don't feel like one because Finland is a very open and welcoming country. but I am an immigrant. I have a son. My son is 3 years old. Maybe in time he will be labeled as the son of an Irish immigrant who moved to Finland. So it's quite relevant for me. It's quite important for me, and this topic is very important. We live in a time in Europe when there are many changes taking part, and I think in many of our countries and online we read a lot of news and a lot of information, and sometimes that's why it's so nice to see people like you here, because you're the people who are dealing with these issues. You're the people who are face to face, who are interested, not the, should I say, politicians or the high people talking. And I think we want this project to be about the normal people, about people who want to make their communities better, who want to make the situations better for those who come into the community. When writing this application, and it took quite a time, it took 1 year to prepare in a way from when we started to now, we had a lot of discussions about how to use terms in the project, because it's very different to talk about an asylum seeker or talk about a refugee or talk about an immigrant. But at the end of the day, all those people, even though they have labels, in essence what they are new members of our communities in every country. They just end up, they're just people. We are people. I'm a person, I came to Finland. I don't want to be labeled as an immigrant for the rest of my life, whether I speak the language or I understand the culture. I'm a part of the community, and I think that it's important that as members of our communities, we also learn how to help these new members be part of our community. And I hope that together we can all learn how to make that happen. So that's the essence of the project. Before we continue, I'd like to invite Anne Mäkelämpi, who is the Director of Education and Social Services, to present Mr. Slatas with a small present from Kalliopi Municipality, just to say thank you very much for having us. Okay, and now we're going to continue, and I hope that we can all take an active part in the panel discussions. I hope that if you have questions, if you have comments to make, if you have any opinions, this is the place. I think that the success of this day will be part of how you, the audience, take part in the conversation and how well the lady translates everything. So, thank you very much. Okay, let's continue. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, William, and please don't go to your seat because I now will invite all panelists to the podium. William, please. William O'Gorman, International Coordinator at Kalliopi Municipality. Radvan Eid, Syrian journalist and refugee in Lithuania. Egdūnas Račius, Professor of Middle Eastern and Islamic Studies at the Department of Area Studies, Vytautas Magnus University. Sigitas Šležas, Deputy Director of Kaunas Municipality Administration.
I would like to introduce my colleague from Kaunas Municipality, Eglė Jaudegienė. She is a representative of our social department, and she would introduce about situation in Kaunas, because I am go to another meeting. Sorry.
Yeah, we really understand how busy are municipal officials. Yeah. Okay, thank you. And this panel discussion will be moderated by our colleague and friend, Thomas Breyer, visiting professor at Kaunas University of Technology, director of the Center for Public and Non-Profit Management in the School of Public Administration at the University of Central Florida. Please, Tom, floor is yours.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Okay, very good. Thank you, everyone, for joining us this morning. As the Dean introduced me, my name is Tom Breyer. I am a Fulbright Scholar and visiting professor here at Kaunas University of Technology. My full-time home, as it were, is at the University of Central Florida in the United States. And it's really an honor and a privilege for me to be moderating this panel this morning with a very distinguished group of panelists representing academia, representing Kaunas municipality, representing Finnish municipality by way of Ireland, and then we have a very special guest from Syria, someone who has traveled a long way and has experienced many things we never will, and so we look forward to learning from his experience and having open conversation. So I am a foreigner here in Lithuania, and I would be remiss if I did not acknowledge the hospitality of my colleagues at Kaunas University of Technology, the wonderful citizens of Kaunas City, because I do spend 3 or more months per year right now living in this city. It is a second home for me. But I'm not the kind of foreigner that is the focus of the conversation here today or the focus of this project. I'm here by choice. I have not fled war. I have not fled hunger. I have not fled any desperate situation. I am free to return home to my country, even though that country looks a little bit different every time I go back, and it might look very different after today. I still have a country to which I can return, and this is not an option for refugees, migrants who are seeking safety, who are seeking something that allows them to rebuild their lives in a way that is very difficult, where many of these people are leaving family, leaving friends, leaving colleagues and coworkers. So this project is not about me as a foreigner. It's not about William, you as a foreigner in Finland. We both have unique experiences, living in different parts of the world, but we have a very special kind of group that we're dealing with and we're talking about here today. Our aim this morning is to have an open conversation. We do have a couple of individuals who will give a presentation that will set the context for us, but after that we will have an open floor for anybody who has an idea, a question. If you disagree with anything one of the panelists says, this is a safe space, an open space for dialogue, for deliberation, as we set the agenda for the very intensive and interactive afternoon when we will break into 3 different work groups and really get to work identifying what we need to do as municipalities, what we need to do as communities in order to prepare to welcome refugees, to welcome migrants in a more sustainable, healthy way. So with that, I would like to ask, we have Professor Racius to give an opening presentation that will set, I think, some context for the refugee crisis. You can see the title of his presentation in the program, The Unintended Consequence of the Refugee Crisis, Rise in Muslimophobic Moral Panic. He comes to us from the Middle Eastern and Islamic Studies program at the Department of Area Studies at Vytautas Magnus University. And Professor, if you would, we can get your PowerPoint up on the screen.
Okay, where exactly is it? Should be somewhere there. many minutes do you have, Thomas? How much time do I have? Well, you decide, because I can go on. I want to leave some time for both who want to say something and, of course, the discussion. Morning. Now, before I go into this, I should probably make, don't know whether it would be considered as a disclaimer, but when we think in terms of what has been happening since, well, basically the Arab Spring, you might say, but at least since 2014, in all of Europe, to a very small degree here in Lithuania, but what has been referred to as refugee crisis, although we know that among the people who have come to Europe or who want to reach Europe, there are many who are not Muslims. For whatever reason, much of the discussion, and certainly so in Lithuania, winds around the Muslim segment among the people who flee their countries. And I will focus now exclusively on the perception, if not reception, of that part of people who seek to come or who have come to Europe. Admittedly, and I don't know the figures, I don't have the figures even for Lithuania. I don't know how many people among those who have been resettled or relocated to Lithuania are non-Muslim. I do know that there are some, but because the Ministry of Interior doesn't want to share those figures, I don't have them. They're not public. Fine. So, but presuming that if not the bulk, then a big share among those who have come to, as I said, Europe, but also Lithuania are Muslim, I will now talk about what the Lithuanian, particularly Lithuanian public space has been doing in this regard, or how it has been reacting or reflecting it. The first slide is something that probably most of you are aware of. Well, the foreigners might not be, but that would also be a good thing. Now, when it comes to Lithuania and the Muslim world, whatever that Muslim world might mean, I'm not going into a discussion where it starts and ends, whether Bosnia or Albania or Kosovo, the Muslim majority countries, are already the Muslim world, or we need to go all the way to the Middle East and whatever. So, but when it comes to Lithuania and the Muslim world, there have been no historic ties or relations. Although there'd be some claims that the Grand Duchy of Lithuania, as part of the Commonwealth with Poland, had some diplomatic relations with the Ottoman state. Yes, but when it comes to like Lithuanians, we have never had. As a country, as a nation. Now, since Lithuania regained its independence in the early 90s, very superficial and mainly, chiefly, military, especially in Iraq and Afghanistan, engagement with the Muslim world. So basically, starting with 2001, you might say, we would have Lithuanian troops stationed both in Iraq and Afghanistan, and they would need to know something about Muslims. They would be exposed to the populations there, not only fighting them, mainly non-fighting, yeah? But that's very superficial from my point of view. Now, there's no interest in Lithuania from the Muslim side. Once again, what do I mean by the Muslim side? When you think in terms of Muslim majority countries and their embassies, we hardly have any. They don't care about us, put it this way. We're not on their map. And also, we haven't had immigrants from Muslim majority countries. I mean, you all know that Lithuania is very strict about immigration rules, and very few people, very few people know of Lithuania, B, very few people would want to stay in Lithuania, so only naturally we haven't received that many, and being that strict, as we are, would make sure that they don't stay. So now, all in all, in these 25 plus years, we did have several hundred who have come, but very few have stayed. Not necessarily as refugees. I don't necessarily mean people who would seek asylum, but just, people who would come to live in Lithuania as expatriates, maybe, rather than as refugees. And I like the word expatriate. This is how I see William, I think. Not as an immigrant, but as an expatriate. And not necessarily Thomas, even that. All right, so, but now what is important, and this is where I'm approaching what I am to say today, is the dominant perception and the discourse, sort of the hegemonic discourse of the Muslim world here in Lithuania has been borrowed, if that's the word, through media, how else, from the West, with whom the Lithuanian state and society strongly identify. Basically, We don't care what Russia says. We don't care what Mongolia says. We can't even understand what Mongolia says. We look up to the West. We listen to what the West says. What, if it is politicians, be it the British, German, French, American politicians, if it's media, CNN, BBC at best, whatever. So it's the West that tells us what the Muslim world is about. Now, what does it tell us? I would say that there are side effects of this Western cultural milieu which we, as Lithuanians, want to belong to. Do we belong? I don't know. You foreigners might now decide for yourselves if it's the first time you come, because many people who come for the first time to Lithuania say, oh, I'm back to Russia, because it feels as if you are in Russia. If you have that feeling, fine. If you don't, well, even better. So, but we pretend we are in the West, and there are side effects of this cultural milieu, which I call Orientalism, or even persistent Orientalism. I will come back to the definition of it. But now, through these dominant discourses on Islam, Muslims, Asia, whatever you want, Western cultural milieu sustains Orientalist attitudes towards the other, and in this case, I focus on Muslim, for it maintains this ontological characterization of cultures, civilizations, religions. Christianity, good. Islam, bad. Which inevitably leads to cultural arrogance and chauvinism. We are the righteous. We are the most successful. We are the best. We are the West. Which in their turn leads to paternalism. We know what's best. We, the successful ones. We, the righteous ones. Not only for ourselves, but also for them, for the Muslims. And I think the two things that Lithuania has already participated in, the two occupations, or should I say liberations, of Iraq and Afghanistan, vividly confirms that. Why did we go to Afghanistan? Because these poor chaps are not civilized. We need to civilize them. We, the lucky ones, we, the happy, we, the successful. Well, we have tried. We have miserably failed. Americans helped us in that, but, well, what do you do? So, but we know, we are the world. And they, well, what can we do? Well, we can try and help them. Now, but what is this Orientalism thing that I have been referring to? Orientalism is unreflected, if it is latent, or by choice, if it's manifest, attitudinal framework within which the Oriental, and in this case I mean Muslim, because it could mean anything. You could mean Chinese, you could mean Vietnamese, but I focus only on Muslim, is measured and is invariably seen as of a lesser cultural, civilizational value. Do they have really civilization there in Afghanistan? Come on, you must be joking. The only thing that they had was a Buddha statue which they blew up. They don't even have that anymore. Now, they don't have any civilization there. Uncritical stereotyping. All right? So what's wrong with that Orientalism thing? It denies cultural similarities, borrowings, and diffusion, and sets strict, I would say, imagined cultural boundaries. Us versus them. With us being, of course, with a positive, and them potentially negative value. It precludes one from seeing the other, or the Oriental, the Muslim, as she or he really is or sees herself or himself. As I said, now we don't care what they think of themselves, because we know better. It does not foresee that the Oriental Muslim can represent herself or himself, and rather holds that the Oriental needs to be explained, even to herself and himself. Ultimately, the Oriental has been made into an object and is not accepted as a subject, his or her own agent. So whatever they say, they don't know. I mean, we explain them, even to them. It has become a tool for justification of intrusive, one might say imperialist or other, action. Carry. I would say this Muslimophobia, as I understand it, and you know, it's not universal, it's just my way of seeing it, is dislike or outright hate of Muslims as people and behavior associated with them. So it's Muslimophobia is as much about people as about their actions. I don't like them. I don't like whatever they do. That's what I would define as Muslimophobia. Some people might be familiar with another term, which is much more common, I would admit, which is Islamophobia. But then I would say that dislike or outright hate of perceived, more than real, Islamic beliefs and rules. So this is what I would see as Islamophobia. We don't like or we hate the way they believe in God, or how they understand the God, or how they worship God, and so to say. Now, while Islamophobia is religion-focused, Islamophobia is culture-focused. Islamophobia, in my opinion, is a form of Orientalism. So whatever I have said about Orientalism or Orientalization is actually, there could be Orientalism without Islamophobia, I mean, when it comes to Chinese, Vietnamese, or whatever you want, societies. But when it comes to the Muslim societies or Muslim communities, then I would think that it is a form of Orientalism, which I, as just defined as Islamophobia. Now, but what is the contents of this thing, Islamophobia? So, first of all, it is Muslim lifestyle is different from ours. That's, the feature. The perception here is that, look, they are different. And remember, I spoke of this ontological difference. As such, that lifestyle is unacceptable and even potentially dangerous. Because we know ours is the best, isn't it? Democracy rules and all sorts of rights and so on. They don't like that. They don't have that. No, they're not acceptable. That might even be dangerous. Then you go further, and it goes into this: Muslims cannot, it's like, they just cannot, they don't have capability, or they will not want to, they don't want to change their lifestyle. They're stubborn. Therefore, they are, and here's a mistake, I admit, they are unintegratable. You can't really do much with them because, they are different. We don't accept who they are or how they are. They don't want to change, or they cannot change. And what remains is an equivocal rejection. So anything Muslim or / Islamic, you can't have it here. Because, there's something wrong with it, if not even dangerous. But I would say that the problem then is that when we come to Islamophobia, we actually are cursed by this cultural jahiliyyah. And I use the word one would immediately recognize. And this is my little test. If you know the word jahiliyyah, then you're not jahili. If you don't, you are jahili, and also culturally. So what we have here is, we have numerous causes, of course, and then I just kind of close into several lines. But the causes of Islamophobia, as I see them, are things that this pervasive cultural ignorance in education and media, particularly, has led to inability to distinguish between the normative and cultural levels of religion, in this case of Islam. I would say we have a profound problem here in Lithuania, but also elsewhere in Europe, that we, for whatever reason, mix two things which we should not. And I will say this only in Lithuanian so that the foreign guests don't hear this. But my father used to say in Lithuanian not to mix. So the two things should not be mixed. And therefore, one needs to make sure one understands the difference, the sort of mental, perceptual difference between what is Islamic and what is Muslim. Whenever I give a public lecture, and I come to this point, I say, I can't ask any one of you what Islamic beer you like best. Because you would say, no, there can't be Islamic beer, unless you mean milk, which I don't, of course. So there's no Islamic beer. But if I asked you, what Muslim beer do you like? You would say, well, I like Barada or Sharq, as the Syrian beers. Or you prefer Tunisian beer, or you prefer Egyptian beer. I don't mean it's Muslim in the sense that it's religious beer. Oh no, of course not. But I mean that A, it's produced by Muslim people, it's sold by Muslim people, and it's consumed by Muslim people. And there's no problem with that. I don't see a problem with beer. I mean, I personally don't really see any problem in beer. But that's my problem if I don't see that. Anyways, so the thing is, we can make a distinction between the two things. And this is a very simple example, of course. But when we see people doing certain things, and these people could be identified as Muslim, do they always need to be identified through the prism of religion? Why? Because, if I asked you, are you Christians? And you say, yeah. Then I would ask you the second question, what Christian have you done today? What is the thing that was so Christian that you do on a daily basis? Like, what have you done today that is Christian thing? Well, drinking of coffee is not Christian. Christians might drink coffee. That's fine. But it's not really Christian. So, Muslims, whenever they do whatever, and I particularly like subcultures and anti-cultures. For instance, the punk Islam or rap Islam. This is a popular thing, this is popular music. And people do that. Some might say it's not Islamic. I couldn't care less. Why should it be Islamic? Why everything needs to be Islamic? Well, because it's Muslims. Okay, so if it's Christians, everything needs to be Christian. Cool. We don't really think in those terms. So I think the biggest problem here is that we somehow tend to think about Muslims through the prism of what supposedly, and this is probably is also important, a keyword I would say, what supposedly Islam is about. So if there's a guy whom we can identify as a Muslim, we expect him, or if it's a lady, her to act according to what we think Islam is about. Which is crap, right? Because we don't expect Willem, I suppose he's a Catholic. I don't expect him to act in a Catholic way. He might even have a second wife. A Catholic from Ireland.
It's also terrible when you presume the religion is something.
Exactly, absolutely, exactly. Because, he comes from Ireland.
I could be a Muslim.
Ah, yes, absolutely, exactly. See, this is what I mean, because if you have someone whom you presume to be A, and then you expect him to, or her, to act based on that is B. And you might be so completely wrong. So, this is what I think is the biggest problem. Then, the failure to see internal divisions and differences among Muslims, resulting in ungrounded essentialism and generalizations. We only think in terms of what probably could be referred to as legalist or normative Islam, Sharia-based. But when you come to reality in history and today, very few Muslims, A, knew much about Sharia, B, actually lived according to it. Because people would live according to their understanding of Islam, be it mystical, Sufi-based Islam, or folk practices, going to holy trees, or going to shrines, and so on. Something that the legalist Islam does not accept. So, which Islam are we talking about? Even if it is Islam. Because I meant, when I spoke about these subcultures or whatever things like beer, never mind, that's not even religious. But when it comes to religion, which Islam do we mean when we talk about Islam? And we have no clue whatsoever. Absolutely. All right? We go to Turkey, we go to the Mevlevi dances, and we think that it's a folklore dance that the Turkish have. And it's not dance. It's a Sufi dhikr. It's a very serious thing that has been bastardized by the laicist Turkish system. But in its essence, it is still there. It's this alternative Islam, which we need to accept for what it is. Then, failing to recognize similarities across cultures, religions, and rather fixation on perceived differences. When I think of civilizations, I don't actually like the term itself, not because it has been soiled by this guy called Huntington, but because I think it's meaningless. But cultural areas, I do subscribe to. So for instance, I absolutely would see two individuals, one from Sicily, another from Tunisia, being part of the same cultural space. Because their culture, their habitual life, is almost identical. You say, oh, but he's an Italian Catholic and the other guy is Muslim. So what? They practically eat the same, get up at the same time, go to sleep at the same time, yell at their wives at the same, pace or whatever we want. So it's the same culture. Now, if I ever tried to imagine a Sicilian and a Finnish, actually I did my PhD in Finland, so I can't pretend I'm not exactly adopted Finn, but I have a clue about the ways Finns live. I don't really see that much common between a Finn and a Sicilian as I see between a Sicilian and a Tunisian. So if we start talking about cultures, then Tunisian and Southern Italian are definitely of one bigger cultural area, and Finland could be, with parts of Russia, of course, and whatever you want. And, Russia being wrong, of course, here. But so the thing is that for whatever reason we decide that we know where the borders are, where they start and where they end, the cultures, which is, of course, absolutely wrong. So what we have here is that we live with something, with this phantom, if you want, with this image of the other, which is so non-representative. And it just betrays our cultural jahiliyyah. Is there any way out? Well, I put an exclamation mark, which I should have not. Cultural awareness. Now, what is this cultural awareness thing? I would say that the general answer would be, if there's a way out, cultural awareness is about acquainting oneself with cultural features of a, well, apparently distant society. The more detailed answer would be, cultural awareness entails knowledge about ethical, socio-political norms and behaviors, social stratification and social structures, authority and power centers, and centers of social gravity in a given society. I mean, you really need to know a bit before you can say something. And in many cases, although I have been doing Middle Eastern studies and Islamic studies for 20 plus years, when it comes to certain societies, I'm not as sure whether I could actually even speak of them, because, you know, I haven't done enough research. Although people would expect me to know something, I'm not always that available. Now, but does cultural awareness pay off? Advocates of it, well, the humanists call them, would insist that cultural awareness should, ideally speaking, lead to greater understanding, mutual respect, and tolerance between people of different cultural backgrounds. This is what we are for here, right? Arguably, most fears and phobias, like Islamophobia, of the other, are stemming from ignorance. Thus, getting to know the other sheds away these obstacles to authentic and unbiased engagement. Sounds hippie-like, right? Sort of make love, not war. But now, the critics, let's call them rationalists, would argue that knowing something of somebody does not automatically lead to liking it or him. In other words, cultural awareness may indeed increase adequate perception of the other, in this case Muslim, but it know-how makes one identify or even sympathize with that other, a Muslim. It might actually work the opposite way. Based on gained knowledge, it may strengthen one's non-liking of the other. So here's this problem that Islamophobia mainly stems from our ignorance. But critics would say, okay, but even if you know more, it actually might work against you, so that then you become convinced and you claim to have knowledge based on which you might actually continue being a committed Muslimophobe. And that is a problem. So, but what is the sort of the crux of the matter? Well, knowledge is essential in cultural awareness. If you don't know, then, you know, you can't really say much. You can be afraid, you can hate. I hate aliens, by the way. But, you know, I have no clue about them. But attitude is even more important. Because there is no pure social knowledge. It is always culturally framed. That is, it belongs to the cultural milieu it is cultivated in. So it's not so not so much about knowledge, but it is probably as much about attitude. And this cultural milieu is that provides attitude. So we here in Lithuania live in a cultural milieu that actually provides the attitude. Ultimately, cultural awareness is not a panacea. I don't, you know, suggest it is, and certainly not a love pill. But this might be a way out, or it might help us it might help us in, if not turning to liking of the other in the person of Muslim, at least to appreciating who they, the Muslims, are. And in this case, of course, since we are focused on the people who have been resettled and relocated, including Lithuania, so particularly them, although of course I don't see a major difference between a Syrian refugee or asylum seeker here in Lithuania and a Syrian who came, say, 10 years ago. Well, they come basically from the same society and state, and therefore, in my eyes, they are, you know, of the same quality. So I don't make a distinction here. They are, you know, two individuals who had different experiences, admittedly, but, you know, they might be coming from, especially they come from the same social group in their home country, then, you know, they should be treated like that. Now, so there is this problem, of course, that the question of how are we to talk about Islam and Muslims. And we, in a way, have been lucky here in Lithuania. As I said in the beginning, we didn't have Muslims. So we could have said, we could have said whatever we felt like saying. It didn't have social consequences. Now we realize that we're entering probably era, I don't think it's a moment, but it's probably an era where Lithuania will have to reflect on what it says. And what has been going on in Rukla and around, I think is a very, very telling example of how wrong path we have been walking on. Hopefully, this event, this discussion, but also whatever follows in the work groups, helps us to look at the matter from a slightly different perspective. Thank you. Oh. I realize it's not the time and space, but I just wanted to share with you, some time ago, half a year ago, I wrote a book on Muslims and their Islams in Lithuanian, apparently. If I show it like this, no one will see because it's that thin, but I'll show it this way so you can see. It's available in bookstores if anyone cares to get more, to get to know more about Islam. Well, go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we're going to open up for any comments or question. If you have any disagreements with what was presented, and maybe we can start with the panel first. If from your experiences, from Kaunas City Municipality, Radvan, from your experience, William, your experience, do you have any reaction or question for the professor?
Am I going first?
And do not feel obligated if you do not have something to suggest.
Thank you for a highly informative presentation. You hit on so many things that I can't even begin to remember everything. But you hit a couple of chords with me related to media and how media has, if I understood correctly, kind of altered the perceptions of Islam, Muslim, and Islamophobia. And from the point of view of my town that I work in Kallioki, just recently we had 20 asylum seekers who came to the town. So in a population of 14,000, 20 is actually, in a way, it's quite a big change for a small town. And when it was publicized that the town was going to get 20 asylum seekers, the amount of open, would I say racism, or would I say just phobia towards, say, Muslim and Sharia law was something that I found very, very strange and very hard to note, but it was there. It was mostly on social media, with maybe only the minority being the loudest ones shouting. But there is a lot of misunderstanding. There's an awful lot of mistruths about how people see certain religions, and I think that the topic is very huge, and I think that understanding in our communities is, I would think, quite limited sometimes. I think I've tested it sometimes with people, and a lot of people don't, and this is maybe embarrassing, not from a Finnish point of view, but some people don't even understand the difference between Muslim and Islam, which is quite frustrating sometimes, and even some students don't understand it. So misinformation is a very big problem, I think, when it comes to phobia, and the media and certain American politicians are quite happy to kind of push that too. So that's very worrying for me. But that's my point of view from my town. So, yeah.
Any other comment from the panel?
Yeah, thank you very much for the really deep and rich presentation, which shed light on a very important topic, which also doesn't intersect with the presentation I'm going to give in some points, especially that if we don't want to coat it with sugar, this is a real problem here against the refugees, and why the citizens actually are meeting them and facing them with that kind of refusal. So we hope that we can do something and this meeting yield in any positive results. Thank you.
Okay, very good. Is there any comment or question from the audience?
It's like being at school again, isn't it? Like nobody puts up their hand to
A
say.
little bit. I will randomly choose someone to say something. That's very good. Well, maybe I can ask a follow-on question. As William said, you raised so many issues, and understanding the difference between cultural biased phobia and religious biased phobia, looking at the humanist versus the rationalist answers to these phobias, asking the question of how to change attitude versus knowledge, and what is necessary if in fact there is an idea of a love pill that is available to help change attitude, is very interesting and gives us much to think about, I think. But my question is, so the focus of your talk was on the phobia that exists within Lithuanian society for those who are entering Lithuanian society as refugees or migrants or foreigners or other. Does the phobia, in your view, go in the other direction as well for the refugees who are entering? Is there a phobia that needs to be addressed on that side? I don't know what it would be called, if it is a phobia of certain cultural aspects of Lithuanian society, a phobia of certain elements of Christian faith. What would that look like?
All right. Now, am I on? Yeah. I haven't done any research on how people who have made it to Lithuania or have been brought over to Lithuania find the Lithuanian culture, and whether they had any expectations. My guess is that they probably had no expectations related to Lithuania as such. They might have had expectations related to Europe, and then they would think in terms of, Lithuania should be something, very close to probably Germany and Sweden, which they would have expectations about. Now, I haven't really met that many of the resettled or relocated people, for whatever reason. I won't now tell you, but therefore I would not be in a position to tell you how they feel. But I would say that I would be pressed hard if anyone argued that there are problems with Christianity. Now, you have been living here in Lithuania for a while, but I don't know to what extent you have been exposed to this, but the fact is that there's very little to none Christianity in Lithuania. When it comes to research, it suggests that only 17% of the people claim to attend church on a weekly basis. Claim. Some of them, many, if not most, lie. So it's probably hovering at around 5%. This is the percentage of Lithuanians who are religious enough, so to say. So there's no religion here. If the resettled and relocated people thought in terms of, look, we are coming to a Christian land, I think, of course, then it would be a very wrong thing. And we, the Lithuanians, need to make sure, no, you're coming to a post-communist, rather atheist and agnostic land, which is actually very similar to what Syria used to be until Bashar al-Assad came. It was al-Assad. It was socialist. I mean, guys, you're coming actually to almost the same society. We used to be socialist for most of the time that you had been. So, actually, we and you are all the same, more or less, sort of, because Lithuania has been profoundly atheicized, if that's such a word, and the majority of people are agnostics, even if they say, I'm a Christian, they're not. So, in this regard, of course, then the question here is how we portray ourselves. I have no clue how people are lured into Lithuania. I mean, think in terms of we have someone there in Turkey who's not happy being there for whatever reason. And there's this official from the Department of Migration who says, hello, I'm from Lithuania. Wow. Oh, you're from Russia. No, Lithuania. But that's Soviet Union. Yeah, but we hate Soviet Union. But it's still Soviet Union. Yes, okay, it's Soviet Union. All right, so what do you want? Well, we want you to come over. What do they tell the people? I haven't seen, I don't know that one has seen, what they show. Welcome to Lithuania. Remember that there's this a song by Inkulto, Welcome to Lithuania, the land of beauty and beer. Do they tell that? No, I don't think so. Do they say high morals, like really old amber coast and land of Mary, where we eat this food called cepelline? I don't know. So I don't know what they get and what kind of expectations they may, then build. So therefore, it's actually a very good field. If any one of you wants to do PhD research on this, I think it's of course thanks to Thomas that he suggested this. But I haven't done that, and I have no clue, but it would definitely be very interesting, because my suspicion is that we mislead those people. We tell them something we are not. We might tell that we are Catholic land, which we started with lying. We are not Catholic. There's nothing Catholic about Lithuania as a society or the state. So, we should start by saying that we are post-Soviet, post-communist, whatever. Do we do that? I don't think so. So the problems might start here, and when the people come, and then they try to make ends sort of psychologically, it's like, oh, I got it. I'm back to Russia. Well, it might also happen this way.
Thank you. Any other thoughts, questions, comments? Yes, can we have a microphone to the...
I don't think I need a mic. You need, because
Yes, you do.
Translate.
And if you did not know as well, we are being video recorded and streamed on the internet as well. No pressure.
So, I'll sit down. I have a question regarding Orientalization or Orientalism. I mean, it's in a macro scale. Said's definition being East, West, etc., etc. But I'm thinking about city-wide Orientalism. I mean, you have in cities like city we're from, Malmö, you have this idea of us and them, powerful and powerless. How does that look here? What are the conflicts within the city, and how can we learn from them?
Appreciate, yeah, very good question, which actually, might be developed into a big discussion here. The sort of initial reaction is, of course, Said himself would talk of Orientalism as being whatever you want, actually, right? So what I did is I just sort of took the term and I used it the way I wanted to employ, so that ultimately I could argue that Islamophobia is a form of Orientalism, which I would say, Said did not directly talk about. But never mind Said or Saidian understanding of Orientalism. But when it comes to this space, to Lithuanian space, I would say, of course, we're in a precarious or somewhat specific situation, because, of course, Said would talk about British, French, the imperial, and we were actually the victims of another empire. Okay, whatever you want, an Eastern Empire, Russian Empire, and the Soviet Empire. So we should probably think, somehow, from a different perspective. But I tried to sort of indirectly suggest that Lithuania pretends, this is like, this keeping up appearances, if you know the BBC series. It's, when bucket pretends to be bouquet. So we pretend to be, them. We are with the British. We're almost British in a sense. So we sort of, when it comes to these patterns of thinking, we somehow identify as if we are part of them, which is, of course, absolutely wrong. We should probably think in terms, and there have been also articles in the media which would suggest, look, we had been victimized. We were the people who had to flee. Now we have other people who are fleeing the war. We need to, think through this prism, and I don't think it works. We still think through the prism of this Western sort of media and this understanding of, them being aliens, them being different. So we don't partake, we don't share, because we could identify. Many of us might have relatives who had to flee Lithuania when the Soviets came. So, we have been a country of displaced people, put it this, or nation rather than country, of displaced people. Even our former president, who just celebrated his 90th anniversary, was one of them. So, we could actually very easily understand this. Unlike, say, I don't know, Swedes or Belgians, for instance. As an example, I'm not stereotyping at this point. So, but we don't do it. And it's a very good question. Why? And I think that what happened was that for the 20 plus years, we didn't have those experiences. We had been fed, and especially since 2001, there was an upsurge of literature of all sorts that would tell us where we need to identify or where we need to place ourselves. And George W. Bush told us directly, are you with us? If not, you're against. Oh, no, of course we are with you. So he'd come to Lithuania and say, whoever attacks Lithuania has attacked the US. All this crap thing that we had been fed on. And then when we now face the reality, we can't go past that kind of concrete wall, which doesn't allow us to look behind. have been so thoroughly brainwashed into pretending we are Western European to the point that we are almost sort of British, French, or whatever you want, so that we don't, identify or don't sympathize with whoever might be there in the East. So, it's a twist of course, what Saeed would talk about, but I think it would still be within the framework of this Orientalism.
Yes, question over here.
Okay, that is my question. So the refugees come without documents, but with a very expensive mobile phone, and it may threaten the society because they cannot understand these things.
The people who arrive to Europe, they're seen carrying rather expensive, or presumably expensive, phones, although they don't have documents. So, they have to preserve the documents, yet they have the phones. So it might send a wrong message. I'm glad that me and Khalid, we have these very good phones. Mine is probably even better. Love you. So, we have the documents, we don't have the good phones. But I don't know what's a good phone. My kid has a much, much better phone. I don't know if they're that expensive. My guess is they're not necessarily that expensive. So maybe it's another type of ignorance that we carry with us that, oh, look, he has a very expensive phone. I don't recognize it as expensive.
Can I take that?
Sure, absolutely.
It's that, in my opinion, I completely understand what you're saying. If I understand the question correctly, and if I'm answering it from what I've understood, and I think you're going to have the best point of view on this, but from my point of view, being a settled person, if I was to leave Finland and have to go to Antarctica because that was the best place to go, the one thing that I would do is I would save up, and I would best want to have a phone that I could somehow contact my family and friends, or it can store photographs, it can store videos of people. If you're traveling all over the world, did I misunderstand? Did I misunderstand?
Kalba yra tokia, mano pastebėjimas, kad
So my notice is that refugees that come to Europe, they lose their documents, but they have their telephone. So I wanted to emphasize. So I intend to speak about those people's, not those who come to Lithuania, but the ones, well, among those who try to get to Europe. They have strong young men, and they do not have documents, but they still have telephones. So people see that. Okay.
The thing is, So the thing is that I did my best translating that the people who come to Europe, instead of documents, they carry a phone, and that sends a wrong message. So, but that's what it was. Yeah. So, but the thing is that we probably make too much of the phone. Phone is nothing. I mean, yeah, document is something. I go with you. Document is something. I'd rather have a phone and a document if I could going to Antarctica. But for whatever reason, people might not even have documents. I don't know if one could tell more, but because I remember back in Syria in 1994, when the first time I was there, I would talk to the people and they would envy me and say, oh, look, you have this passport you can travel on. We can't. So, why not? But then I remembered, well, it's the same Soviet Union. I mean, we know what it is not to have a passport to travel abroad. And then I asked these guys, why you don't have the passports? And said, because we haven't been to the military. I don't know whether that's still standing. So, the war is here. You go, migration department, can you give me a passport because I want to be a refugee? You just flee. You have the phone, you have whatever, and you flee, and you might not even have that document in the first place. Like many Americans don't even have passports, right? They don't need them. If Mexico ever invades the US, people might flee without passports. would we say, you Americans don't have passports? No, because they didn't have them in the first place. They didn't need that. So it might be a part of explanation why people don't have some of them. Now, if we think in terms, okay, I'm a Syrian and I might get asylum, let me throw away the passport so that they take 20 months to process my identity and ultimately might say, but you don't really look like a Syrian, so we'll send you back. I had that document. I was stupid to throw it out. Of course people would not throw. Now, if you talk about Kosovars and whoever else who are Europeans and who just joined the wave and they pretended to be someone else, well, okay, sure, there are plenty of people, but these are people who left Pristina yesterday. So, and then that's another problem then, I think.
I can comment specifically on this point because I have gone through this example. So I myself, I have my Syrian ID by chance. Yeah, by chance. It happened almost early in 2012. There was nothing in my city, but all of a sudden, everything broke out, the war. But how it happened, I went to attend my work at the newspaper and came back in the afternoon, and I didn't even used to have an app, but just because I was very tired, I kept like this in my clothes and I just lying on my bed, and everything was still on my pocket. My wallet, which had my Syrian ID, because we need it as when we walk in the streets, we need to carry our IDs. That's different from having the passports, because passports, there is no point to have them with us as we walk in the street. So it was in my wallet. So all of a sudden, my sister came quickly to me, hey, wake up, Redwan, wake up. So what's up? We're going down to the basement. We go, hey, what's happened? Look, our flat, our apartment was the fourth apartment, the fourth floor. So look at the sky, the choppers all over the sky. We're orbiting around the city and preparing to shell. So really by chance, sorry, my voice been cracking for 2 days. So really by chance, I have now my Syrian ID. Otherwise, I would have been without any ID like many others who fled the city all of a sudden, only with their clothes on them. And I remember that in Greece, one Syrian guy was denied his identity as Syrian just because his accent is kind of near to the Iraqi accent, and he had no papers. He just fled the city with his clothes. Many others. That makes sense. This humble phone, if it is even can be regarded as an expensive phone, which freezes very much, I got it even by chance. Just in Greece, as I volunteered very much, helping the others. A British friend gave it to me. I thank her, just to help in serving the others more. So, and again, even without all these examples, I think I explained about the papers why you would find someone without any official documents. But for phones, I think it is nothing today to have even an iPhone 6 with you. And there's a very important point that Syrians haven't fled their country toward Europe for financial purposes. And yeah, there are some, but not the majority. Not the majority. They have their land, their position, everything. But it is just war. They left everything and fled the country.
Thank you. All right, let us move on in our conversation, and I think this is a good opportunity to segue to Redvan. And by quick introduction, I had the pleasure of meeting Redvan over the summer. He was invited to write a column or a set of columns for Delphi News, the Lithuanian Tribune, the English language version of the newspaper, which made the initial material that he wrote accessible only to those who with a paid subscription to the English language paper. but I was so taken by the story that he told, and immediately went to my colleagues in the Municipal Training Center, Jolanta and Romena, and I said, how would you like if we paid a visit to Rukla and met? And I don't think I waited for the answer before contacting Redvan through Facebook and arranging the meeting, which has led to not only a great respect for him and everything that he has experienced in his journey, but I think a very nice friendship that I treasure very much. So with that, Redvan will talk about his experiences, and we'll have time again for open conversation.
So I wonder if I think I messed up something. Only 2 slices?
Yeah, that's it.
Because it is only this and this.
That's
so
it.
Where's the text?
At the text.
On the paper? Yeah. So first off, I would like to thank the University of Kaunas and the municipality itself for holding such an event and shedding light on this important topic. Maybe, as I said before, I'm optimistic that it yields in some positive results, and it might approach the viewpoints between the citizens here and the refugees. So as the severity of war in Syria doesn't seem to have decreased yet, that even on the complete opposite, it is even escalating even more due to the latest updates coming from there. And with life getting more complicated for Syrians there, that they find themselves obliged to leave their homes, lands, and positions and flee the country to keep alive. The EU, as a destination to them, is facing more challenges in processing the whole procedure of containing them as refugees who have the right to live in other safe countries under the international law protection till the war in their country is over. In return, the migration movement, since it noticeably started around 4 years ago, has been welcomed by the nations who have received refugees so far. That we have seen good examples on that, where people went out to the streets in EU countries, shouting aloud and raising slogans saying, "Refugees welcome." That happened in Germany, Sweden, the Netherlands, and recently even in Portugal, with all its tired economy. The sympathy toward the Syrian crisis those nations have shown made the refugees feel like life is not over and gave them hope again, even with the fact that they are losing a country for now. That again resulted in showing Europe in an ideal image of humanity, the thing that made those Syrian refugees there in those EU states eager to integrate into the EU societies more quickly. And many of them now are successfully working, and they speak the language of the country they live in to a good extent. With the time passing and the Syrian crisis becoming a more gambling game to the international power poles, the only solution that seems to be working for Syrians has been to leave their land and head to Europe, and there show the necessity for raising awareness that as the war there in Syria has not ended yet, then Syrians will keep flowing to the open borders to them. Having said that, new countries have recently opened their doors to Syrians after meetings and discussions among the EU leaders about the Syrian migration crisis. Speaking of the new doors that have graciously opened for Syrians, Lithuania is one of those countries that have recently taken a step forward in the direction of helping the Syrian refugees, and maybe refugees in general for sure. The step itself is still modest, as it is clearly seen, and many individual and mass efforts are being made to push the wheel forward. At the beginning, it was like a plain view. A little small country, which for sure its culture is totally different from the Syrian one, no doubt. The Syrians know that and respect it. It was just like we were trying to explore a new land that it did not use to be that popular in news, that its name was involved in events that made it recognized by us. I was among those refugees who were and still are open to approach new cultures, make relationships and friendships with the citizens here in Lithuania. But unfortunately, we couldn't score any progress being there in Rukla, where the refugee reception center is, because the area itself is very simple, the society there is kind of close to itself. Having the refugee reception center in Rukla is an issue itself, especially with its current location near the military base there, where the question is, how come people who flee their country under war conditions are being placed near military images and sounds of military vehicles and weapons that bring to their minds all the terror, and especially to children. I myself already talked about that in contrast with other EU experiments. With that regard, where refugee centers were in the middle of the big cities, so it was an important factor in issues that took place there, and not the opposite. So someone to correct us if that the refugee expected is unachievable thing. No wonder the refugees are leaking out the country very soon after they arrive. I personally always did my best to give my better image of the rest of this country to them, I mean to the refugees there in the center. I always tried to play my role positively and make them aware that in general, it is just a short time and it passes. Then you, speaking to them, then you can come and discover the people, and like in other municipalities like Vilnius or Kaunas, for instance, and see that life will continue and you will be able to lead your own lives freely, but not after the last events that took place in Rukla. And we're talking about it actually now. So I dare not to say this and encourage, I will try to encourage the refugees to continue here. I dare not to say this any longer, as no one would listen really. I remember the Greeks, with all their economic crisis, they used to visit the camps in Greece and bring presents, food, or simply just sit with the refugees and talk to them, drinking tea or coffee, or even without anything. It was not about food or presents. It was about to show love and sympathy to those people who are passing through the worst of their time. One can even pass through. We highly appreciated that. We have many and many Greek friends now, and we exchange the talk about our different culture with all love and respect to each other. There is an important point to shed light on in general. So if the people here are bothered with the refugees, and to be clear and not to coat it with sugar, so this is true unfortunately, and we have seen protests in Vilnius claiming of deporting the refugees. They have to know that refugees really didn't choose Lithuania themselves as a specific destination to come to. It was included it was included into a European program for refugees. And in general, Syrians come with love and open minds to any land they arrive in, so they wouldn't mind living with different people and nations. And they have tried their best so far to make it work, to try to live and work here in peace. And speaking of peace, one of our basic prominent things in our culture is that our salutation, our formal salutation, and even, or our formal salutation we use in our communication is the word peace. When we say our known phrase in Arabic, which in English stands for the phrase, may peace and the mercy of God be upon you. So this is what we say to each other, to the people we get to talk to, whether we already know them or not. We raise peace and we come with peace and love to any land we arrive in, and we just expect the others to meet us with the same we come to them with, peace and love. Is that very much? We, the Syrians, are trying our best to make it work and make the Lithuanian experiment in this domain never less than the other EU successful experiments, which for sure will result in good benefits for the country and make it a prominent name politically and humanitarily. So why not the Lithuanians help us in this instead of that? Or at least some officials not to demolish what we and the respectful leader of this country are working on. I myself ignored the very sectarian comments I got from some Lithuanians under some of my articles, which I talked in about my stay and experiments in Lithuania. I really did, because I had a project to work on for the other refugees. But now, with all that racism, I'm not very optimistic, really. We are all not. May peace and love be upon Lithuania and the Lithuanians, upon all of you who have stood, and all of the people and sides who have stood by us so far, upon the whole world even.
Thank you, Revan. Are there any questions, comments, ideas, insights? Let me ask you something, if I may. I know you are in contact with others who have left Syria, and who you have met in Greece, you have met in Turkey on their journeys. Can you comment at all about what you see in their experiences, what you're learning from them and their ability to find a new home in whatever land they happen to be in now?
The refugees in Turkey and Greece, say?
Yeah. Those who are in Turkey and Greece, if they have left there and continued on to any other country in Europe, who are you in touch with, and how might you compare what you've experienced to what they are experiencing?
Yeah, I'm still in contact with them, and as you know that there is a real asylum crisis and refugee crisis there in Greece, and I think it's tougher than it is in Turkey. But yes, I learned a lot, and I was like someone who left their land towards nothing, toward mirage, toward because Europe wasn't even on my mind, but it all came suddenly due to some circumstances I encountered lately in Turkey before I was obliged to flee the country, and especially that in the last period many explosions also and cases like this started to take place in Turkey, in Istanbul especially, where I was. So I was talking into leaving the country and heading toward Europe. But unfortunately, when I got to Greece, the borders closed. Maybe, maybe this is just to come here and discover this land and try to deliver a message, anything. Let's see how things work later.
Any comments, questions? Yes, over here.
Hello, can you hear me? So I will speak in Lithuanian. First of all, I would like to thank for the invitation. I come from Šakiai municipality, and I represent a social sphere. And the very sincere of red wine presentation, it cannot touch our hearts. And me as a person, as a specialist, it's really, well, not all people in Lithuania are like that. Well, Lithuania is famous for hospitality and friendliness, but now it is the time when we have what we have. I would like to talk about the level of municipality and integration issues, asylum or refugee politics. I'm very well acquainted with the legislation of Lithuanian Republic that talk about the action plan of refugees and asylum applicants, and it emphasizes that municipality level is very important to integrate refugees and educating the society and making the news public. However, the reality is very different. Our municipality is very small, and I would like to say that integration started in August, and the director of administration issued an order and made me responsible for the integration process in the municipality, and that's all. No further actions were taken. So this, well, neglect of municipalities is a very negative thing, considering the state. So this is the state politics, but on the level of municipality, we have neither additional human resources nor any other sources to educate society, to talk about cultural differences, which are really interesting for me. And so I think, well, certain attention has to be paid for that on the level of municipality. However, the level of municipality is forgotten and abandoned. So it seems as if someone has to do that, but I think the attention has to be, well, appropriate attention has to be paid on municipality actions. Well, allocating resources, and our society and our community are not against integration, but we need experience, we need a lot of work, and good wishes are not enough. So these are my insights. Thank you. Okay, so the answer will go in Lithuanian as a municipality representative. So I would like to duplicate the opinion. There is no law or ministry level decisions how the integration should be carried out. But every municipality has to set internal rules and internal orders. So Kaunas municipality didn't even have an order from administration. It was just an oral decision. So there is no official order. But in Kaunas municipality case, they took up the initiative. They organized roundtable discussions. They invited real estate agencies, labor exchange representatives, and they discussed how to integrate refugees in the city. Of course, these are all actions were retaken by the Red Cross, who is appointed to take care of the refugees. So they carry out the functions that they are the responsible people for the refugees. While in municipality, well, every department, education or support departments, they all have a person, a staff member, who is responsible and to whom refugees may apply if they have any issues. I cannot say this is a good example, but it might be an example that might be followed, despite that there is no concrete order given from the ministry.
Thanks for your question. So I just registered some points, important points you mentioned, and I would like to comment on. You say that not all the Lithuanians, I'm sorry, 1 minute. So you were saying that not all Lithuanians like this, and I never say that all Lithuanians are like this, sure, but again, let us not coat it with sugar. The fact is that the majority and the big majority refuse the refugees here. And I myself tried always to pretend that I'm blind, and I'm not seeing cases. And I was met with a lot of rejection and sectarianism. Exactly. And even when I tried to hire an apartment, I was met with a lot of prejudice and even exploitation as a refugee or a stranger in general, or in brackets, a Muslim. So, but the fact is that if we want to resolve any problem, we need to confess it. So there is a big rejection. So there is a big rejection toward the refugees, and the last events in Rukla showed very, very, very bad examples on this. So you also say that you have, as Lithuania, have no sources to educate societies. But I think in the same time, the refugees aren't the platform to try with, because it is not their fault that there is war in their country, and they were suggested this country to come to, so they later they got met with prejudice, and again I would like to shed light, this is important, on the last cases that happened in Rukla, where even some girls were pulled out from their headscarves, and this is very serious for Syrians and as Muslims, because this is a cultural thing. And I think, I think dealing with the others in good manners doesn't need much of education, really. So it is inside. And again, I already talked about this, that you say that you're not against the refugees as Lithuania, but you need experience. Yeah, we understand this, and we understand the difference between the two societies. And we do know that Lithuania in general is kind of a Catholic society. And we understand this because we have many Christians in Syria, and we always lived with peace with each other. So to us as Syrians, there's no difference between a Muslim and a Christian, because Syria is really rich with many many, many, many religions and sects. So, but needing an experience, again, it is not our fault as refugees that some people, and I would like to stress out saying some people are trying with us, and when the issue is escalated to the people in charge, without specifying whom, we get surprised that they even come to at us that you're the one to blame. That some people in charge, some officials even alluded that Syrian women need to take off their headscarves to show that they respect the culture here, and we were very surprised that I don't think it has anything to do with respecting culture if you keep your own culture, because we wouldn't claim you to put headscarf if you come to Syria to show that you respect our culture. So these are some to mention. Thank you.
Are there any other questions? Yes, in the back.
Good afternoon. Panevėžys Municipality, Deputy Director of Administration. So, Coordinator of Refugees in Panevėžys City. So, on 25th of October, 5 municipalities participated or were invited to participate in the President's House regarding this issue. So, Panevėžys Municipality, Šiauliai Municipality, Alytus, and 2 regional Ukmergės and Utenos regional municipalities participated in the discussion. And the municipalities were selected to get more actively in the integration processes as potential municipalities. Well, to encourage reintegration, so organizations like Caritas and Red Cross, they are acting actively in these regions, and well, economic factors are considered and labor indices are regarded. So that there is a sufficient offer of job places in these municipalities. So we have to pay attention to the 2 main problems. So one of this accommodation and getting a job. So getting a job, I think, would be an easier thing, especially if we talk about Panevėžys case. We really have job places to offer for refugees. However, accommodation, I think, is a great problem because it will be difficult to rent a flat. Another problem is the attitude of the society, as the professor mentioned, because knowledge and attitude, they are interrelated, and they are interrelated with the integration process. So great attention has to be paid that municipalities of smaller cities may face these problems. If Vilnius and Kaunas and other big cities have experience, and especially among the youth, and they have students who arrive to these cities. So Panevėžys has no such experience. So what to do? So if we speak about accommodation, so we will provide the support We will make the information spread. We will make announcements on our website and in local media, but how to educate the society. So knowledge is okay, but the attitude has to be changed as well. So municipalities have to show the initiatives. So what I did last year, so I showed my personal initiative. On the 16th of November, well, International Day of Tolerance, I initiated a discussion for the society about refugees, phobias, and reality. And that was a very relevant topic, talking about current issues, because last year we had a very huge amount of refugees. So I'm doing the same this year. There will be an open discussion for the youth, tolerance in my city, me and you. So I got a lot of ideas from the professor's presentation when he discussed the concept of us and them. So we will talk not only about mockery and tolerance to the other, to the disabled people, and we will talk about the other, the refugee. So I just wanted to give this clarity that there are 5 potential municipalities in Lithuania that will be educated how to integrate the refugees better into particular municipalities.
I think this is a good opportunity to segue to our final presentation to hear the experiences and the processes in place in Kaunas City Municipality.
Hello for everybody. I am so sorry because I speak in English before 10 years ago, but I today, because our Kaunas City Municipality Director cannot do his presentation, I try do it. I agree with my colleague with other municipality because a big problem is a job and place where a refuge can live. But I say some picture or okay. We see that in Kaunas we have this integration refuse in our municipality. When a refugee come to our country, he live and be in integration center in Rukla, where he have information, meditation, representation, our country, and they have Lithuanian language lesson, and he can be have legal counseling. And and when he come to, asylum in Lithuania, foreigner granted infinity for 3 months accommodation in Rukla refugee center. Here, checking his health, organization Lithuanian language training, vocation guidance, social cognition training, registration take place of the label exchange. It also organizes meeting with a psychologist who help refugees to reduce emotional stress, improves over. Then, one patient grade review station, they receive I think maybe I can say in Lithuanian, or you can. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Tai iš tikrųjų.
So in reality, the situation is that a refugee who has come to Lithuania, he lives in Rukla. As it was mentioned by earlier presenters, well, they theoretically get all the knowledge there, information, Lithuanian language courses, adaptation. Another stage is that a refugee is transferred to a particular chosen city. And every city has a curator, appointed curator, responsible for integration processes of refugees. So in Kaunas, it is the organization of the Red Cross. So in the beginning, when the curator was not appointed, so municipality itself took up the responsibility and organized many roundtable discussions and invited possible employers not to be afraid and offer job places for refugees. We also invited real estate representatives so they may help to accommodate the refugees. So as our director mentioned before, Kaunas has some experience while carrying out integration activities, especially considering refugees from Chechnya. However, when we talk about the inclusion and presentation of the city, so we created a survey where every member of the community, every citizen of Kaunas can express their wish to contribute to the integration process. And there is a link to the survey. It may be filled in online. And a person may say that, for example, I can teach language, I can integrate the youth into the cultural life of the city. The link, the survey is posted on the website of municipality. However, the website is also published in the by means of non-governmental organization, various organizations. So, like community centers, youth organizations, and others. So we hope that this contributes to the change of attitude. So this information is familiar to the majority of you. So the previous speakers made it clear that integration is a multidimensional phenomenon, and we face a lot of problems considering resources. So we see the real situation, so financial funds given to a refugee when he or she comes to Lithuania. So they have to use these funds until they get a job. Well, considering getting a job, we have a mobile labor exchange, and they go to work in Rukla, and they talk with every refugee to talk about what competences they may acquire it and how can they help the refugees to get a job. However, unwillingness to work or qualifications remain the main problem for refugees to get a job. So we were informed that refugees do not want or cannot work for some reasons. So when we talk about certain questions of help, so we hear that on the one side that people have arrived and they want to settle here. On the other side, there is some negative attitudes from the refugees that they do not want to do something. So I believe the guest will have some comments about that. So the situation in Rukla is really intense because the maximum number of inhabitants is living there. So now the question is how to integrate them into cities so that they choose to live in. I have heard that several families have to come to Kaunas. So one of them is made up of 10 people, 8 children. Others are single people. It's a pity there are no representatives of the Red Cross organization here because they could tell the real situation. However, I've been in touch with them for a while, and one of the discussions considered the real situation and especially accommodation issues. However, none of the invited agents from the real estate agencies came to the discussion that they were invited to. So this is also reflective of the society's opinion and unwillingness to invite and to welcome people from other cultures. So thank you for attention.
Comments or different experiences from other municipalities? I think the presentation is very enlightening for us and will allow some very informed conversation as we go into the work groups after lunch, particularly as we think about preparing our municipal workforce and preparing our communities and thinking about the legal structures necessary for a successful integration process in Lithuania and in all of the other partner countries. And with the partner, well, before I move on, let me ask, are there questions from the panel or other? Yep, please.
Yeah, thank you for your presentation. And I do confess that regarding the labor exchange office, they are doing maybe their best to help the people or to help the refugees get jobs. And I witnessed them coming to the center when I was there in Rukla, and they were nice people and tried to make the refugees not to be afraid and maybe to ease things for them that you'll be okay. But I have a question that I always thought of, that what about with regard to the integration process? I can't censor or look at the Lithuanian media, first off because of the language barrier. The other thing that I don't have TV at home, so I only look at what's available on the internet, on laptop. So how is it working? are there any kind of awareness raising campaigns like advertisements? We can't call them advertisements because it's going to reflect commercial meaning. I mean, like any campaigns or any videos to raise awareness that these are refugees here, try to deal with them, because this is necessary, and all the countries do this in their media and TVs when they are subjected to meet such a crisis or to be involved in receiving refugees. I can give many examples on this. So I'm really curious to know this. Are there any campaigns on the Lithuanian TVs, either the private sector, if there is any, or the state TV? Because this is a basic role that can be played by the people in charge here themselves. That's how I think people can, or the inhabitants and citizens can look further.
So I cannot say what is happening on the national level. As well, the representative of municipality mentioned that there is no common order what municipalities should do. But every city has their own policy. So I may talk about the case of Kaunas municipality. We employ internet and we make the information public on the online means, on the website of the municipality, on the means of non-governmental organizations. Also in 2016, well, every year, we have a competition for the projects of non-governmental organization, and one of the priorities that we set this year were the refugee integration. However, we received not a single project on this priority, but we expect to this priority will remain in our program. So municipality has tried to change the attitude and improve the integration process.
A follow-on question to you. Based on these campaigns or advertisements that you have seen elsewhere, what message should such a campaign have? What is a compelling message that would help local residents feel more comfortable with refugees?
Yeah, I can give two examples here that, for instance, some countries and some TVs, and especially those who have hosted refugees so far, ran campaigns like, these are refugees, these are people in need, that please extend a hand to them, or at least deal with them in good manners, with a good heart, say anything. That's an example. I remember also when the events of Iraq back to 10 years ago, say, when the terrorism attacks started, there were awareness campaigns that be aware, being a suicidal bomber, it is not going to take you to paradise. So that's in response to the brainwashing campaigns like, this is going to take you or to send you to paradise, to anything. But yes, it's worked, and people looked like, oh, we're being told something or misleading, anything. Huh? So that's an example. I can remember this. All the Arab state TVs ran such kind of campaigns, especially for this. And the same applies to dealing with the refugee issues, refugees issues and the like. And I have seen this on websites, on many TVs. I can't recall exactly which TVs they were, but they were dubbed with the English language that these are people in need now and they are passing through very, very tough times and they fled their country and you're their host. They are guests in your countries. Yeah?
Thank you.
Thank you, too.
There's a question in the back here.
My name is Vilana Pilinkaitė. I come from Vilnius, Lithuanian Social Research Center, and I was provoked by the words of the Kaunas municipality specialist that refugees do not want to work. And here I see a much broader problem, structural problem, why people do not want to work, because we don't have to go to refugees. We have around 30% of people in Lithuania living under the poverty, and a lot of social subsidies goes to the people who have very low income. And here the problem is not the people, but I would say structures and especially employers, that salaries in Lithuania are very small. And if we suggest jobs which are very low salaries, and you cannot live from the salary, not to rent the flat, not to go to your job. So, it's a lot of things, a lot of problems who are much on the structural level. But the language and the mindset is that the people are guilty. They do not want to go to job. They do not want to work, and so forth. So maybe my question is to William, maybe, how the issues are solved in Finland, how, these proposals for jobs are taken by the people, refugee people, or, people, asylum seekers, how they are involved, and what the practices is there, because yeah, we are having that job is one of the biggest issue, and I think that the infrastructure is not ready to accept these people, but not that people do not want to work.
I'm not an expert in that field, but we have in the Finnish delegation, we have, I think, Sari, could you answer that question better than I could, I think? Because you work directly with, or Kirsti, because you work directly with the asylum seekers and refugees, so it would be interesting to hear how you see it.
Now I work as a leading social worker in immigrant services or integration services, and I have been working many years also at employment services with migrants. So when I was working at employment services, always the first questions from the refugees and people abroad was, can you give me a job? I want to start my life here in Finland. And everybody wants to work, so that's the thing I have faced in when I was working with refugees and all the people abroad. And I think the barrier in Finland is the language. People are waiting that all the working people could speak perfect Finnish or nearly perfect Finnish before they can work. I think that there are many jobs that you can enter quite easily as a cleaner, bus driver, or something else. But when you really want to do the work, you have education or experience in your former life. People expect that you don't even have accent, and I think that I want to change in Finland. So a little bit lower expectations about language and openness to different styles to work, and Okay. What was the? And I work in Jyväskylä. It's in middle Finland, and at the moment there, most of the refugees would like to live in Helsinki, in the capital, and also they are coming from smaller municipalities to Jyväskylä, which is 7th big city in Finland. We would like to give possibilities also to work and settle to live in smaller cities, because smaller cities can usually take people to be part of community more easily than in bigger cities. But of course people always want to have their own people around. So if there's only 5 or 10 people settled in small city, it can be difficult, because you need your social networks to manage everyday life.
Okay, I will continue about the money, because our differences, our minimum wage is in Finland about 1,500 euros, and refugees get after, and our social service money is much lower. It's about 500 euros. You have to live after you have paid your rent and everything. That's the main reason they want to work in Finland.
Interesting question. In Sweden, we have started deploying something we call social clauses, being that the municipality is using its powers to affect how companies use the market. So for example, if I want to build a house or an apartment building in the center of Malmö or anywhere in Malmö, I need to discuss with the municipality and get a building permit. But in that contract, you have something saying that 80% of your workforce has to be from that part of the city. So you have to actively work employing the residents. They could be refugees, they could be whatever, but it has to be a residence. So the municipality has to exercise its right. What has happened for a long time is that the market is dictating how business is done, but we need to take that back as municipalities. Because if we don't, then we'll have workforce from the other side of the world and unemployment rising, inequalities rising, and having walls with only male faces. Something I reacted to, sorry. Thanks.
Okay, and this is a good introduction to the many different cultures that we have and experiences that we have participating in this project. We have 5 countries represented in the room, at least 5 countries represented in the room. There might be a spare country here somewhere, I don't know. But we have Lithuania. If you're Lithuanian, raise your hand. Yeah, okay. Finland, Italy, Sweden, Montenegro. Okay, so we have a wealth of experience and a diverse set of experiences in
Irish and we're the minority here.
and an American. Absolutely. And we're all just very confused. But we have a great diversity of experiences here. And before we assembled here in Kaunas, the partners in the project disseminated a brief opinion poll of members of their community. And we asked that each partner identify one question from this opinion poll that they thought was most interesting or that surprised them most. And before we break for lunch and then move into the work groups, we want to give everyone a little bit of an idea of the diversity of perspectives and diversity of opinions and experiences across these participating countries. So, It's- So we asked a set of questions. I'm not quite sure how the PowerPoint is structured here. Is it- Yep. So if we can have the person representing each of the partner countries to speak on the question of most interest to them, please come to the front. Just stand up here in the front and we'll pass the microphone along to you. But the first question we asked in the opinion poll was, how is your perception, or what is your perception of immigrants?
Okay, Finland answers this one. Hello everyone, my name is Reena Laukkanen-Näpi and I'm from Jyväskylä and I'm representing an NGO, the Village Association. And I found this question very interesting because the Finns in Äänekoski, Jyväskylä, Kalajoki region were answering, putting the scale was from number 5 to number 1, 5 representing the most welcome, 4 welcome, and so on, and 1 least welcome. And the Finns were answering 4 or 5, so they were rather welcoming for the immigrants, all kind of immigrants. And that is interesting because what we were talking about with you as well, the media tries to convince us to think otherwise. And it makes you wonder, who does that serve, that idea? It's very interesting. Because it seems that us as common people, we are welcoming. Okay.
Hello, I'm Mimi. I'm from Malmö in Sweden, and we also did this opinion poll with the same questions. And we can take the number 2 there. I think it was interesting to compare our results with you in Finland, because we also had like 63% finding had the attitude that that refugees are really welcome, a very positive attitude towards refugees and immigrants. But when they answered the second question, do you feel that immigrants are welcome in your country? They answered the number 3 in between, not really welcome, in the middle, actually. And I think that could have been influenced by the situation in Malmö in Sweden today, because we had a really open and welcoming atmosphere and attitude last year. But in January, we closed our borders and made the border control for everyone coming into Sweden with passport controls. And that might have influenced the overall impression that refugees are not very welcome anymore. So it would have been interesting actually to compare. If we had asked this question 1 year ago, I think we would have another answer. And it was also some of the replicants or the respondents found it difficult to answer this question, because they were thinking, oh, is it my opinion or is it the overall feeling in the city? And that was the reaction I got.
Hello, I am Jolanta. I represent Lithuania in this project, and we also conducted opinion poll among our university community members, mostly, of course, our students. And we got interesting responses, because when we asked if we personally accept refugees, the answers were quite neutral. Most of them chose the number 3, so it's average, yeah. And the second question about do they think that community is ready to accept refugees, the responses were quite negative. So we think that community are not ready and not positively oriented. But the most interesting I found responses from the sixth question. You will find it. Yeah, thank you, Tom. So who is responsible for successful integration? So of course, most respondents think that it is the state, but also the second place they put for local communities, even not for local municipality, but for local communities. And the most interesting findings was that among 5 countries, only Lithuania was ready to take responsibility personally. They answered more than 35% respondents think that they themselves personally are responsible for successful integration. I think it's a very good sign. Maybe such responses we got because they were young people, yeah, but it's still a very positive, I think, feature.
Thank you. Hello, I'm Simonida Kortic. I'm representing Montenegro here today. In terms of these issues, the current migrant crisis has largely bypassed Montenegro. But in the 90s, during the Yugoslav conflicts, there was a high number of refugees, in fact hundreds of thousands, that either came to or went through, and some even are still residing in Montenegro. So we have a bit of a high insight in these matters 20 years after, how the refugee issues start, how they develop, and where they can lead to. In those terms, question number 4, please. When asked what is the main aspect a newcomer to a country, to our country, should know in order to integrate into community life, the answers offered were language, local culture, law, and other. Most participants choose law. The thing is that we found that legal issues and legal structures were, in the end, the main vehicle providing ways and means for integration of refugees or facilitating their stay in any particular country. Without a firm or clear legal structure, things can get really tricky and really complicated. These legal structures are sometimes complicated for a reason, mostly political and some other reasons. Some of these issues we are still facing, thus we currently have about 20,000 compatriots now who still hold foreigner status or refugee status, even though they've been living in Montenegro for 20 years. That is because of various legal issues that have been deliberately made complex and unattainable. So that, I believe, is reflected in the answer of the participants in our poll.
Hello everybody, I am Angelica Ferretti from the municipality of Pordenone, Italy, and I will talk to you about the question number 7. The question number 7 was just an open question. It was like, do you have any suggestion? Would you like to add something else? So people could write whatever they wanted. And before to explain this question, I would like to say that when we put online the poll, we didn't know what to expect. But our community answered to this question. A huge number of people answered to this question, because we had about 500 responses. They are so much. And we have also many answers at this question, 53 comments. So it means that people in our community want to discuss about this, and they wanted to find a space to speak about this issue. And because this is a very sensitive issue for our local community. And I just wrote down some of these responses, the most representative maybe. One of these is, for example, illegal immigrants need to go back home. That is a very common feeling. And also, another common feeling is that we need to help them in their own countries. We don't want to help them here, we want to help them in their countries. But also, these opinions were polarized, they were not standard. We have also many positive comments, such as I hope there will be a better education strategies against every kind of racism, because the common feeling is that there is a lot of racism in our community. And also, we decided to put on the slide one of maybe the most positive of this answer. We need to give asylum to refugees. They should be welcomed in such a manner that preserve the dignity of human beings who have been taken away from their families because of wars and violence. I quote, "Do not ask yourself who are the others for helping them. Ask yourself, who are you for not helping them?" This is a comment that a citizen from Pordenone just wrote down. So there are many opinions, very polarized. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, it is 2 minutes to 12, and we're going to end exactly on time to go to lunch. But before we do, I'll introduce what will happen after lunch. Starting at 1 o'clock, we have 3 work groups. If you look on the back of your name tag, there are 2 letters, WG, and a number 1, 2, or 3. That is your work group assignment. And so you will find the rooms where the work groups will be meeting on your agenda. Work group number 1 will be here in this room. Work group number 2 in room 106. Work group number 3 in room 213. So lunch will be available right here next door for you to take, and so you can socialize and interact with each other a little bit. But once you get into your work groups, by the end of that work group period, we're hoping to have answers to 3 big questions and some more specific questions within each group. Specifically, what are the characteristics in the ideal system for integrating refugees? What are the existing resources available to develop those characteristics within your different communities? And what are the trends, challenges, and solutions that are faced in your different communities? Each work group will have a moderator to help guide you in these questions, and each work group will have presenters from the different participating countries to guide you as well. I think we'll find that, as we saw the phrase in the opening presentation, there is no love pill, so to speak, to solve this issue. This is refugee integration of different cultures and perspectives and life experiences is a complex process, complex procedure. Our hope is to learn from each other, to ask the tough questions, to be open in sharing our experiences. But I think Redvan to always close with a wish, which is a wish for peace and love, right?
Yeah, for sure. I wish peace and love. We wish. I can speak of the tongues, or the tongues of Syrians, and I can tell you all that may peace and the mercy of God be upon you all. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, everybody. the interpreter in the box in the back, so so this work group is about preparing our municipal workforce for work with migrants and refugees. I'll read the description that we wrote for this work group so everyone understands why we are here. And then we will have presentations, 5 different presentations from all of the different partners that will take us, and we'll have a discussion after each presentation. That will take us until about 2:30, at which point we will have a break. If we finish the presentations a little bit sooner than that, coffee will be available for us at any time, right next door. And then after the break, we'll come back for a conversation about recommendations we can make for creating a more ideal system for preparing our municipal workforce to successfully and sustainably integrate refugees and migrants in our communities. So the discussion of our group, the focus of our group is this. Lithuania never faced huge numbers of immigrants. Stereotypes of others and stigmatization is still common among local residents and public institutions too. Municipalities have not much experience to provide services for newcomers. Officials are not sufficient in multicultural competencies, partnerships, language, and other technical and soft or relational skills to effectively build trusting relationships with the migrant community and partnerships with non-government organizations for responsive service delivery. So the questions that we have for this work group, and I think we will learn from the experiences of our partners from the different countries and different communities, are these. How do we prepare our municipal workforce for responsive interactions with migrants and refugees, particularly in such case that many, if not most, will only remain in Lithuania until an opportunity allows for movement to another country with greater perceived opportunity? If prepared, is it possible for municipal officials to create an environment that would encourage migrants and refugees to stay, and particularly those that have skills that can benefit society? So in other words, how do we help provide a comfortable environment in our cities, in our communities, through the municipal workforce for those refugees who are not going to remain in the country for very long? They will go on in their own time to find potential or perceived greater opportunity. But at the same time, maybe there are some refugees and migrants who we see as valuable in our communities, and we want to make sure that their skills are drawn, that we take advantage of them, that we integrate them so they contribute to the society in positive economic and social ways. Next, what are the benefits or drawbacks of appointing a responsible coordinator or creating a separate unit within a municipal office for meeting the needs of migrants or refugees compared to preparing all units, all workers in the municipality to interact with the newcomer population? So does it make sense to create a subsection of our municipal governments with a small group of employees, a small group of workers who are responsible for working with this community, working with this population? Or should we prepare our entire workforce in our municipalities for interactions with this population? After we hear the presentations from the different partners, we will as a group identify or discuss 3 questions. What are the characteristics in an ideal system for integrating refugees? In other words, what should we look for, what should we expect from our municipal workforce to prepare our cities or to prepare our municipalities for successful integration practices? What are the existing resources available in our municipalities for developing these ideal characteristics? And we can talk about the need for training, the need for funding, the need for language acquisition skills, anything along these lines. This is what we're missing in our municipalities. This question is, what do we already have? What skill sets are already in place? What structures are already in place in our municipalities that can help prepare our workforce for the demands of interacting with these refugee and migrant communities. And then lastly, what are the trends and the challenges and the solutions that we should be sensitive to as we develop our workforce in all of our different countries. So with that, we want to go forward to our presentations, and we'll go in the order that they are identified on our list. So we'll start with a presentation from Finland, then we'll go to Italy, followed by 2 presentations from Lithuania, then Montenegro, and we will close with Sweden. And we'll take time after each presentation for conversation, discussion, sharing of ideas. As with the session this morning, our hope is that this is an open discussion. We want to be informal and flexible with our time, and giving time for all presentations to be heard, but at the same time ensuring everybody can ask their questions and share their ideas so that we can learn together how we can prepare our municipal workforces in a better way. So with that, let's have our presentation from Finland. Yep. And maybe we can move the clip chart out of the way so you're not staring at me. Would you like to stand up here?
Yeah, I can stand up.
Okay.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Marisa Arisomero, and I come from the municipality of Kalajoki. I work there as the Director of Human Resources. And we have a twin partner we have 2 partners in Finland, or 1 partner, but we're cooperating together with the region the Äänekoski region in central Finland, and Sari will be representing that part. Your issues deal more with the social questions and refugee and asylum seeker questions. Mine has a little bit different angle. Just a few words about Kalajoki. I would presume you don't know anything about this little village. I could point it out for you here on the map. Okay, so this is where Kalajoki is located. I'll show it on the map. It's right over there, on the Gulf of Bothnia. Helsinki, the capital, is over here, and the distance from Helsinki to Kalajoki is about 600 kilometers. There's some information about, this is going automatically, about Finland in average, or in general. Yes, you can have that one. Oh, did Tom have it? The population of Finland is about 5.5 million people, and the biggest city, as I already mentioned, is our capital, Helsinki, and then there are other cities other bigger cities are Espoo, Vantaa, Tampere, and Oulu, of which the last one, Oulu, is right over here, and that's where we flew from. The distance between Kalajoki and Oulu is about 130 kilometers. Kalajoki, well, one important thing is that we are celebrating our 100th year of independence next year, so that'll be a big year in Finland. There are about 12,600 inhabitants in Kalajoki, and there is some information about the average age in Kalajoki. To talk about the staff in Kalajoki in the community or in the municipality where I work, there are about 1,100 employees in Kalajoki, and the average age there is 48.1, which is of importance when I come further with my presentation. What is happening then nearby, and what makes this project interesting for us, is that there is a nuclear power plant construction site in Pyhäjoki. Oh, I don't have the map there anymore, but that's 38 kilometers north of Kalajoki, fairly close to where we are. And the workforce is just arrival. arriving, they come mainly, now at the moment, they come mainly from Russia. It's a Rosatom power plant. So there will be Russian workers coming to Kalajoki also. I'm sure there will be other nationalities coming up later on. But the workforce itself is already arriving, and then the families are expected to arrive within the coming 2 years. Also, in the past few years, we've had quite a few windmill workers there on the coast, because we're located on the coast. We have dozens of windmills built there the past 2 years, and they come from Lithuania, actually, Poland. There have been Dutch, Germans, even some Englishmen. So we already have some contact with foreign workforce in our little community. Asylum seekers is a new group of people. We've just made a contract that brings us not very many, but regarding the amount of inhabitants in our village, it is of significance that there are 20 asylum seekers, 20 adults who are coming to the community, and with them later on, maybe, hopefully, families are also coming with them, so that may end up in, I think it's counted that one person brings 5 people along, so can be up to 100 asylum seekers or people with the asylum seeker status behind him coming to this community in a short while. But we just welcomed them about 6-7 weeks ago. They are accommodated in a Christian institute that works or has its operations in Kalajoki, and they are accommodated there, and they also get education there. Also, Kalajoki, as you may not have heard, but it is a tourism destination. So we've had over the years, we've had international tourism there, and we're hoping there will be more in the coming years. So these are the trends, or these are the backgrounds why this issue and why this topic is interesting for us. But I would most of all emphasize this part, the nuclear power plant, because that may bring, there will be about 400 people working there permanently once the power plant is done, but over the years it's estimated there could be 4,000 to 5,000 people working at the construction site and the different functions around it. So it is very important for us, and we look forward to seeing these people living in Kalajoki too. What the challenges are, well, this area is traditionally very homogeneous, and both lingually and culturally. People only speaking Finnish in this area. Even the Swedish-speaking area in Finland, it starts only 50-60 kilometers south of Kalajoki, but this is basically, it's only a few people who've spoken any other language but Finnish in this community. And also the culture, culturally it's very, I would use the word homogeneous. And there is a current need for understanding other languages and people with another cultural background. It's increasing, it has already increased, and it will increase due to these facts that I just presented for you. As I mentioned, the municipality employees' average age is 48.1 years. For the moment, it's coming down, but that's, well, it's quite high, and it means that even though the language building in Finland, language education in Finland is on a very high level, we know English, we know Swedish, they're both, well, mostly English and Swedish are even obligatory subjects in school, but still the practical language skills are limited. And experience in working in multicultural environments is also very limited. William, who was here, he had a very good example. He is Irish, as they told. He knows some Finnish. He has a little boy, and he called the healthcare service to get an appointment, a doctor's appointment for his little boy. And he knows some Finnish. He knows enough to tell, like, my boy is sick. Can I get an appointment? And the answer he got was way too difficult for him to understand. It contained words that were difficult for him to understand, and also the attitude was not very helpful. And then we have to remember that when you call to a doctor and have a sick child, you're usually in a very stressful situation itself, and it is important how you are, how you are met on the other side. So this kind of thinking and understanding is what we need. There are already steps taken in school and daycare services. We have a history about, I think it's about 5 years, for 5 years now, we've had a native assistant teacher working for the high school, mainly for the high school, but this person is, well, currently coming from Leicester, England. She has studied in Edinburgh. We have international studies for the high school kids, but we are getting the language training down to even to daycare services, and there will be some kind of a language shower. You can't call it a bath, because if it's a bath, you're only here for foreign language, but they will get some touch with the English language already at the age of 5 and 6. Also, the schools are being prepared for this change, and we're finding out ways to provide Russian curriculum for the potential Russian workers and inhabitants who are coming to us. Well, I think we're supposed to talk about the solutions and the recommendations, but to my mind, what is important is that our employees are exposed to situations where they have to cope with immigrants, that they actually come to very practical situations where they have to find ways of communication, whether you have a common language or not, but somehow give the person opposite to you a feeling that you can help, and you are there to help, and you are the one to turn to. I think some kind of simulation, some kind of a workshop kind of training is a solution, maybe lectures about the culture, but I personally believe, and we believe in very practical ways of training these people. Also, we live in the country of Nokia, and there are certainly technical solutions that can help with translations that can be taken, that can be used in these situations. Yes. I don't know, was I very fast? Did I talk very fast? Sari has some additional presentation. You have it on the memory stick. So is it okay? Because she has, as I said, mine is more concentrated on preparing the workforce for the inhabitants who come there on like labor basis, and Sari's is more from the asylum seeker and refugee point of view.
While that is being set up, maybe I can ask one question. Do you find, you said the average age of the worker in the municipality is 48.1 years. Do you find any differences in attitude or willingness to be trained in certain areas, the older worker compared to the younger worker?
Not necessarily. Oh, this one wasn't working. Yeah, it is working. Oh, not necessarily. It doesn't really have to do with the age, but of course the language skills are on a better level where it comes to younger workers. And in the latest recruitment processes, we have really paid attention to language skills. So that is something we really have to get it on a better level. At least the knowledge of English. If there was somebody who knew Russian, that would definitely be a benefit. But there aren't too many people. Okay.
Okay, so my name is Sari Pöyhönen, and I come from Jyväskylä, and there I work at Integration Services as leading social worker. My presentation includes a little bit background information about Jyväskylä, trends and challenges about our work group topic, and some solutions and recommendations. I have the same map again. And Jyväskylä is situated in the, you call it, it's in the middle of Finland, but when you show it, if I can see correctly, it's somewhere there, quite in the middle. Yeah. The town was incorporated 1837, and it's situated in the northern end of Lake Päijänne, around 270 kilometers north from Helsinki. It's the, like I earlier said, it's 7th largest city in Finland, almost 140,000 residents. And around city area, including smaller municipalities around Jyväskylä, the residents are almost 180,000. In Jyväskylä we have 4,200 foreign residents from over 100 countries. And Jyväskylä is a very busy student city. As you can see, we have 45,000 students every year. It's a big university city and also polytechnic and other possibilities to study there in the middle of Finland. I took some city strategy values and aims. Jyväskylä wants that people who live in Jyväskylä could live active, happy and healthy life. Jyväskylä wants to use resources wisely, and bold business policy is also would like to do wisely that as well. I wanted to show some parts of Jyväskylä where we can see at the moment that residents and foreign residents are in certain areas of the city. We have those which are on red, which have mostly our refugee residents, as I know where our clients live, and the green ones are the areas where you can, where, for example, international students live around city. But not like we heard earlier here. In Finland we have integration law, and according to law we have to do integration program when we take refugees to our city. And the main goal in the integration program is that all migrants know their rights and obligations in Finnish society and use the services that are available. The integration program includes the whole lifespan, from babies to old people, from kindergarten, healthcare services, and all services that you could use, you could need when you live your life happily in Jyväskylä. And the program is done in a team which includes employees of City of Jyväskylä, state administration, people working with immigrants, and also immigrant associations. The office where I work are the integration services. We give the social services for the first 3 years for refugees and return movers who come from former Russia. all other migrants use the basic social services. We have had refugees over 20 years in Jyväskylä, and quite many services are already in. We can take people quite easily, we can welcome people easily. We have multicultural center, Gloria, a place, it's a place to meet people, and it has lots of events and courses. And Info Gloria, it's more official information point where you can get information in Finnish, but also they have educated own language, how should I say, not counselors, but counselors. At the moment there is also a project, it's a part project of Home in Finland project, Home in Jyväskylä, and they are trying to produce a model which would include both our services and the services for all migrants in Jyväskylä. Most of the challenges that we have now come from the last year as a refugee crisis. So we do, for example, child protection work with the refugee centers, and we can see that families are very, very, very stressed, and the difficulties are big. And at the moment, Jyväskylä earlier could very well prepare for those refugees that came to Jyväskylä, but at the moment when asylum seekers get residence permit in the refugee center, they can move anywhere they would like to live in Finland. Government and the refugee centers support some areas, and they have done contracts that municipalities take refugees, but of course it's in the law that you can decide where you want to live, and quite many would like to live in Jyväskylä, so we have lots of independent movers during this year, and it hasn't been possible to prepare for that. And earlier we had lots of families, and now they have changed to lonely men. The men are lonely when they come to Jyväskylä in many ways. They are without their families who are waiting in the home country, but the loneliness in a way that you are settling down into a new city. So the challenges are now that how we can provide a good start for integration in Jyväskylä in the new situation, and how we can help also the smaller municipalities around Jyväskylä that people could find also good life in a smaller cities around bigger city. And there are going to come also big changes in the whole social service system, how they pay the social benefits for our clients. It's going to come in a few months, and that's challenging us a lot at the moment. So what I was thinking about solutions and recommendations was that time and resources, enough time and enough resources to create processes and give possibility to us to work properly and well with the families. And always when you ask, there is always need for information and education. Always there's somebody who doesn't know how to use interpreter, where you can contact if you need to find what kind of services people can get. But in our services, we are in a little bit different situation. We would like to work also with the communes to prevent conflicts in the areas that people are living. Like I said earlier, there are areas where there's lots of migrants living, and there are many good practices, and we would like to keep them alive with enough amount of resources. We have good cooperation with authorities in Jyväskylä, and that's also one solution how we can help people to get a good start in Jyväskylä for their life. And as I think our clients are a resource, and we would like to see the process of integration as empowering people to find their own way to live good life. So thank you.
Does anyone have a question or comment for either presenter from Finland? Let me ask one question if I can. You described for the multicultural program the team approach. You had city involvement, state involvement, people working with immigrants, immigrant associations that are part of the team in development of this program. Yeah. Can you say a little bit more about the organization of this team? Is it this municipality that is the leader of the team? Is it who sets the agenda for the work of this multicultural program?
We're trying to produce it from the people who are doing the work. So there are people from, of course, the leaders, but at the moment when it's ending now at the year, the program that we have now, it's till the end of this year. So now it's going to be part of bigger plan, wellness program in Jyväskylä area. So now I have lots of questions that I have to go through in my own team, where to produce all the questions that we would like to raise there. If I answered.
Yeah, very good.
Yeah.
Thank you. Any other question? Yes, we have two. Okay.
Sorry. I was thinking about you said there are areas where you have a concentrated migrant population, and for how long has it been developed, and are you working towards, I don't know, changing that because that could provide problems in the future, maybe?
Yes. Well, there are a few areas from which owners just sold big houses for private market, so we can't affect very much who are the people who are renting the apartments over there. So we are in this situation now. Earlier it has been easier to work to opposite way, but now it has been, of course, those areas have been a few years already known that there can be difficulties coming, and now we are also, one of the areas is area where is among those extra people also in the refugee center is one of the areas. So we are now trying to prepare what kind of work we can do in the area. There is local meeting points. We are trying different ways to meet our clients in groups and work in different ways. That's what we're trying at the moment.
Next question in Lithuanian.
Okay. One moment.
I would like to ask, if I understand it well, that the government actually supports municipalities that accept these asylum askers, and there are agreements. Are these only agreements, or they have financial background? And another question was about structure of municipality. Do you have separate staff or department that work with asylum seekers? Thank you.
Our clients are asylum seekers. They're not. They get social and health, all the services that they are getting from refugee center. And after that, for the first 3 years, they are our clients in integration services. And after 3 years, we try to gently move them among to normal social services. And about the other question about we get also financial support from government, from each refugee. The government pays a certain amount back, and we are in a lucky situation that we can get services that our clients need with the special contracts. For example, if a child needs support person, it's possible to do with a certain contract. At the moment, you can call it maybe positive discrimination, but it can be at some points easier than if you are a client in normal child protection services. But of course we see that in the big picture it will pay itself back very soon, actually.
Good. Any other question? Okay, thank you very much. Next, we will have a presentation from
Good afternoon. I'm Maiko Centis from Municipality of Pordenone. I work in the European Projects Unit. So we work to find some money from European Union in order to build up some projects. So what's about Pordenone? Pordenone is close to Venice, is 1 hour far from Venice, and is near to the border with Slovenia and Austria. The city of Pordenone got more than 50,000 inhabitants that are 100,000 in the area wide. The non-national citizens are 7,000, so almost the 14% of the population of Pordenone are non-national citizens, and this amount is more than the national data. The most important communities in Pordenone came from Albania, Bangladesh, Ghana, Morocco, Romania, and Ukraine. What about the refugee situation? So we must talk about the overall situation, considering in Italy the refugee integration must be developed at national level, not at municipal level. So in the last 3 years, the phenomenon of refugees integration became a new phenomenon at a local level. So the measures and local police have to support the national level in order to relocate the refugees. So when illegal immigrants arrive in Italy, is subject to identification. The identification is done by the police, by the office that is called Questura. The management of the receipt and all of aspects related to the immigration is in hand of prefectures. The prefecture is the local office of the Ministry of Interior. When a refugee apply in Italy for international protection, must be heard by a territorial commission. And another case is about the unaccompanied and separated children that are source of big troubles, because we know in the last years we received in Italy like 20,000 unaccompanied separated children. They are not subject to the identification. So for this reason, sometimes they disappear in the national borders and also around Europe. So, as I told you, the national level must manage all the aspects related to the integration of refugees. And the Interior Minister, the National Interior Minister, is managing not using the urgence, but using a normal procedure with some managing bodies. So in the last 2 years, Italian regions and cities are facing the problem of the distribution of refugees with the local communities that was not prepared to face the new phenomenon. So we got some phenomenon of racism and xenophobia in Italy. And in order to contrast racism and xenophobia, it's necessary to inform local population and legal immigrants about geopolitical flow of refugees, where they come from a situation of war, of course, as well as about the cost of overall system of integrating refugees. So we must also consider the possibility of creating more regional commission and qualified staff working in Ministry of Interior, in municipal and in regional workforce, with the contribution of professional operators of managing bodies. So we are still working in Italy to build up a new approach. So this is the overall picture of how to integrate refugees in Italy. When our refugees apply for international protection, is subject to first reception centers that are called CPSA and CAS. And we got also second grade reception center that is called CAS and also SPRAR. SPRAR is a national system built up to protect asylum seekers and refugees. And we got also a center of identification and expulsion from national borders. So what happens when a person apply for international protection in Italy? A refugee must prepare the case called memoria, and it will be relocated in national territory, so in the secondary level. The territorial commission, each region, must recognize the status of a refugee, so gave a permit for 5 years, gave the permit on humanitarian grounds, so the permit it's okay for 2 years. Also can refuse and order their expulsion. By the way, the refugee have the possibility to a possible appeal and so refused the application of internal protection and asked for the expulsion from national borders and European borders. Or it's the case of a Dublin agreement, the refugee must ask for be relocated in another country. The picture shows the distribution of migrants, so the legal immigrants and refugees in national regions. Lombardia is the only region that got a high level of refugees. Otherwise, the refugees are distributed by the Interior Ministry in all the national regions. So, what happens now? We are looking to have a better cooperation with the local office of Ministry of Interior, and this cooperation must be built up with local authorities and managing bodies, because the relocation process is done by the Ministry of Interior using a top-down process without a consultation with local population. So, which are the offices that deal with refugees? Local police, help desk of town hall, social services, but all the offices are not prepared to this phenomenon. And also there is no strategy at the moment. And you must also consider the most important system that is called SPRAR doesn't keep all the refugees. So they keep, SPRAR system keep only one or two refugees between 20. So if a refugee stay out for the SPRAR system, will not have help for the Ministry of Interior, as well being out of the SPRAR center, the refugees will not have help for local authorities or managing bodies. So an important resource for the integration of refugees in Italy are the Catholic Church, as well the NGOs that work only in the voluntary, on the voluntary basis. So, the situation in Pordenone. In 2014, the province of Pordenone recorded only 40 refugees. Right now, we got the data, the recent data from the police. Close to Pordenone, we got 900 refugees waiting for the answer from Territorial Commission. So the situation was, the same situation is, can be represented at a national level. So 2 years ago, there was only a limited number of refugees or people that asked for international protection, while at the moment we got a large number of people arriving from outside Europe asking for international protection. The problem, as I told you, the definition of international protection is defined in every region by the Territorial Commission. The Territorial Commission, for recognize the right of refugees, need 1 year, and this year can be double for the people that got a refusal of international protection and ask for and apply for appeal. So, like I put on the slide, we got 900 refugees in Pordenone, 900 and 200 people got a refusal on the application, stayed in Pordenone for 1 year, and maybe they will stay for another year. So the evaluation of our application for international protection is a process of about 1 year with an additional time requested for people that did appeal. The problem right now is on the city, because municipal workforce have to deal with migrants that are located in the registry of residents, the so-called in Italian anagrafe. But also other office must deal with migrants, like police, school, and front office help desk. Other services not at a national level that work with migrants are regional employment services, hospitals, trade unions, immigrants, cultural sport associations. So, what do we want to do? At the moment, we are still working on build up a new approach that put together the local level and the national level. So we must work with local community, with prefecture, dealing with a new bottom-up approach that may engage the population and prevent the phenomenon of racism and xenophobia, as well the marginalization of refugees. Why? Because when our refugees apply at the territorial level, stay for 1 year without job, and the appeal means another year without job. So the population are not happy to see that amount of migrants, of people that is without job and stay for a long time in the around the city. So the idea is to improve the national system called the SPRAR, because people that stay in SPRAR system in this year receive 35 euros per person. So you can manage in Pordenone we pay we got 900 refugees, and we pay per day 35 euro, and with those 35 euros we will pay the food, the house, the mediation, the language course, training and legal assistance, and we gave 2 euros to migrants as well. But the system is not may be improved in order to promote different solutions, like invest in job, in inclusion as a driver for integration. Another target will be the unaccompanied minors, because as I told you before, they are not subject to identification, and sometimes they are a big problem because they disappear from the national borders, or sometimes they appear again, and they are under the responsibility of local authorities. So the local authorities, like Pordenone, must pay for the school, for the house, and sometimes, because they don't know the Italian language, they must go in private school, and they are a big cost for the communities. So it's not only a national problem, an Italian problem. It's a problem of Europe. So we want to move forward. In the last year, 6,000 applicants have been relocated from Italy and Greece, but it's only a drop on the sea. So this is the overall picture we got from the United Nations. This is about the number we got last year. So we got 900 refugees in Pordenone, but it's nothing considering the number of refugees are coming in Europe as well. It's must consider it's a phenomenon that is still growing up. Okay, thank you for your attention. Questions?
Any questions? Any questions for them? Okay, thank you. Okay, continuing on, we have two presentations from Lithuania, starting Kantari with you.
Hello, I'm Gantari. I'm working in this university. And what thoughts I wanted to share today with you is about multicultural competences. Why this topic? Because I see that in Lithuania we're still doing the first steps for integration of refugees, immigrants, and other people who come from abroad. So how we have to organize trainings not only for our municipality workforce, but for example for university teachers who also don't know how to communicate, for example, with international students. We have such challenges. So many people think that this problem is associated with intercultural things, that we have to know other cultures, for example, Russian culture, British culture, and other cultures. But our experience shows that it's not enough. It's not enough to have knowledge about other cultures. Also, it's not enough to know pieces of some kind of cultures. For example, for vegan kitchens, we like different restaurants, of course, and we sometimes think that we know other cultures. It's not true. The problem is that we have different cultures, and everybody has to live in the same place, in the same community. That's why I think that integration is very related with multicultural issues. So what is the idea of multiculturalism? That our political philosophy now should be related about how to understand and respond to the challenges associated with cultural diversity. And the term is usually characterized the fact of diversity in society. The problem is that in Lithuania our society is more monogamic, and we are not very open to the other cultures, especially older people. For example, as Jolanta mentioned it before, younger people, students, they are more open. They agree that other people can come, can live with us, but we have a huge problem with our older part of society. And now there is a majority of our society because younger people are also migrants to other countries, you know, UK, Scandinavian countries and other countries, because we have economical issues. So, defenders of this idea, they don't agree that if you come to another country, you have to forget your culture. They don't agree that you have to forget who you are, your identity. But the problem is that it's very difficult to live together and to be very different. But multiculturalism is not equal to naturalism. Many Lithuanian people think that if I can save my identity, so I can be like a nationalist. It's not true. I can have my identity, but I have to live with others who are very different from me. And one point of view from philosophy is liberalism. Liberalism for many Lithuanians is associated with absolutely freedom. It means that if you're liberal, it means that I am free to do anything. So it's not true, because liberalism is related with respect, self-respect and respectness to the others. So multiculturalism in liberal way says that everything begins from the value of freedom from domination. It means that if we live with different cultural people, we cannot dominate. For example, Lithuanian people cannot dominate. They cannot say to others that we are in the first place and you are lower. And liberalism lets to others to express their culture, to save their culture, to enjoy their culture, and to have their culture in their lifestyle. Also, there is another point of view. It's cosmopolitan philosophy, and defenders of this philosophy says that the truth is that when comes refugees or immigrants to the country, and we share some culture, we have, in the final result, we have some kind of hybrid culture, because we share, we're taking some words, some kitchen, from some recipes, some lifestyle, and other things. So it's true, but it's normal in that way that we live in global economic world. We are connected with political situations, so sometimes these cultures are melting, and it's life. But the good thing is that we are learning from each other, and we can learn many good things. For example, as we mentioned before, religion. Lithuanian people says that they are Christians. Yes, but what they are doing every day to prove that they are Christians, that's the question. I don't think that we are thinking about that every day. So, cosmopolitan philosophy says that we can live in another country, abroad, but we have to express our culture in some good ways when we respect ourselves and respect others. And toleration is also a very big issue in Lithuania, because surveys, different kind of surveys shows that we don't have toleration to each other. And another question is how to tolerate peoples from abroad. And all trainings is good thing to change our approach, our point of view. This is the first steps I see that we have to do. Starting integration processes, for example, in my department, one doctoral student is still developing a refugees immigration model. It's just starting in theoretical way, so what we can say in the practice is just first steps. And multiculturalism is discussing not only about refugees or immigrants in general. It characterize different kind of things with those we have to deal. It's religion, language, of course, because many people, for example, and our teachers at university still cannot communicate fluently in English. Ethnicity, nationality, race, gender, sexuality, disability. Also, for example, disability is still an issue in Lithuania because we don't know how to deal with people who are Lithuanian and who has disabilities. So it's really, sometimes it's really difficult to do that. So what kind of multicultural competences do we need? Maybe just to start. Of course, we agree that excuse me. That we have to know many things about refugees or immigrants who are coming to us. So general information is very important, and we have to know what kind of people are living around us. But there are always some information we don't know, and maybe we'll never know. So things you didn't know about other people who are coming to us. But there is general knowledge, basic knowledge, which workforce need to know. It is identity politics, the politics of difference, and politics of recognition. It's interesting would be to ask, for example, workforce, do they know what kind of politics defines the work with refugees and immigrants? And also how people from abroad can live their cultural life, what is their limits, how can they make their expression of culture, and also what can they achieve here in Lithuania. So thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? I think you've identified some very important issues as we think about particularly the competencies at the end. What do we need? How do we want to prepare our workers? What specific skill sets are necessary? If you were to recommend a training for municipal workers who would be interacting with refugees, what specific kind of training would you recommend as most valuable?
Okay, thank you. I think I would suggest not specific, but to start from philosophical point of view, because we have to change our minds about general things, because we are a very monogamic society and we have big issues. So we have to change our point of view at first, and later we do other things to gain some skills.
Good. Yeah, and I think the question is how do we do that? How do we change the point of view? Yeah.
I think we need trainings. Trainings and to share experience, for example, from people abroad. We have to dig some guests, so I think it should be more, it could happen more often. Yeah.
Are there other questions or thoughts? Okay, let's hear from, thank you so much. Okay. And we have a second presentation from Lithuania. From Lithuania, Shivili, yeah, there you are.
Good afternoon. My name is Živilė Šukytė Kraskauskienė. I am representing the Department of Supervision of Social Services. Our department is external part of the Ministry of Social Security and Labor. So today I would like just shortly to present what we are doing in order to help municipality workers to have some kind of knowledge about the migration processes, about the integration of refugees, about the asylum seekers. I see here some people who already know about our activities because they participated in our pilot seminars. But first of all, I would like to show you, if you would like to have have a look in our methodology, I am going to present, so please. Okay. So please, just you can come and take a look. There is our methodology and a summary of the methodology. So, about our activities. Also, first of all, I heard from some municipalities that there is no rules or some kind of document in Lithuania according to which all responsibilities for the municipalities are listed. So I can say that here you can see the number and the date of the document. It's description of the procedure on the provision of the state aid for the integration of the asylum recipients in Lithuania. And this procedure was confirmed by the regulation of the government of the Republic of Lithuania. And in this procedure you can see all the responsibilities of different kind of institutions. Responsibilities of the ministries, responsibilities of our department, and also responsibilities of the municipalities. They are not very strict because according to the Lithuanian constitutions, governmental institutions have no right to force municipalities to prepare some strict procedures, yeah. So it means that municipalities are by themselves responsible how to organize the integration processes inside the municipality area. But still, we can just have some guidelines in this procedure, yeah, in Lithuania. And now I would like to stress what our department is doing in the Lithuanian system, yeah. One of the main functions is to organization of the education and training processes of employees working with the integration of migrants and asylum recipients. And mostly those employees are workers from the municipalities. Also, our members, representatives from the department were also the members of the Commission on the issues of the integration of the asylum recipients. So here you can see the main functions of this commission. But I am not going into deep about talking about this commission because I would like to present how we are trying to help municipality workers to deal with the issues related with the migration. And during the period of 2016, we ordered the methodology of the training program, the concept of migration and intercultural competence working with the asylum recipients, sociological, legal, and cultural sections. And the methodology was prepared, and in October 2016, the pilot seminars for the employees from the municipalities were organized. We had 2 pilot seminars, and also after those seminars, we decided to prepare the map for the next year. It is impossible to go through all the regions of Lithuania during a period of 1 year, so we are now preparing the map. I think that next year we will have maybe 5 or 6 seminars, and we will go to the regions. And for example, our idea is to go, for example, into the Alytus city municipality area and to invite municipality workers from the education system, from schools, kindergartens, from a healthcare system, from social services, from labor offices, local labor offices, and to organize those seminars in the, directly in the regions, and to combine the team for those seminars, which would represent different spheres of the municipality policy areas, and to try to make this complex view how the integration process could be organized in the complex way, combining different competences of different specialists. And finally, the content of our methodology. You can see here the translation of the content. There are three main chapters. The first one is the context of the methodology, and we are talking there about the migration and refugee flows in the world, and also in the European Union. There is good statistics, how those flows are organized, how they are going, what part of the flows just goes to the European Union, and what part to the other countries. Also problems of integration of asylum recipients and the major difficulties of the integration in Lithuania. The second chapter is the main concepts, and we're talking about the integration and integration policy, and also asylum in Lithuania, the status of refugee and additional protection. And the third chapter is the concept of migration and intercultural competence working with asylum recipients, sociological, legal and cultural sections. And you can see all those topics we are talking about, and the aim is to have the complex view how to organize the processes. Also, we have some practical situations, analysis of the practical situations. When you, for example, there is a situation, the description of the person who is coming from one or another country, and there is some set of the questions, for example, what kind of protection you can just you can use in this case, and what the legal aspects are important in concrete situation, and some other important things. And we are trying just combine theoretical things with the practical examples. And here you can see our authors of our methodology. This is Laurynas Bėkša, Egdūnas Račius, you have already heard him today. Also Ilma Skodienė, manager of the Foreigners Integration Program at Caritas Vilnius. Also Dr. Karolis Žibas. So that's what we are doing, trying to help our municipality workers to feel that complex view and complex situation when we are talking about this issue. So thank you for your kind attention, and maybe some questions.
Thank you. Any questions? Yes, we have. This question will be in Lithuanian, so please put on your headphones.
Don't you think that certain funding should follow a refugee as it is in Finland?
English for everybody. it's unfortunate that today we don't have a representative from the ministry. So we are not able to talk about the money because we have some concrete functions, but I think that it would be a good question for the Ministry of the Social Security and Labor.
Okay, other questions? Good. Very good. Okay, thank you so much. Now we'll go on to Montenegro.
Oh, sorry. Huh? This. Okay. Hello, my name is Jelena Vukicevic, Bachelor of Economist. I'm Associate of the Office for International Cooperation in the Municipality of Herceg-Novi. This is my first work experience, and I work on our municipality of Herceg-Novi. Herceg-Novi is a city in Montenegro, country which is located in the southeastern Europe. Montenegro has about 630,000 citizens. It has a coast and Adriatic Sea to the southwest and is bordered by Croatia to the west, Bosnia and Herzegovina to the northwest, Serbia to the north, and Albania to the east. One of its capital and the larger city, Podgorica. It is divided into 23 city municipalities. One of them is the municipalities of Herceg-Novi, located of the entrance of Boka Bay of Kotor. It is an administrative center of the Herceg-Novi municipality with around 33,000 citizens. Herceg-Novi is a major Montenegrin tourist destination. It is called Sun City because of vegetation, sun, and artists. Unlike other Mediterranean cities which live only in summer, Herceg-Novi lives all years around, and there is always something go on. Most will talk about the experience of the 19th in our country and our city. Montenegro deals with issue of displaced persons and internally displaced persons for a number of years since the outbreak of war in 1991 in the former Yugoslavia. In the period from 1998 to 1999, on its territory has provided refuge for 103,000 people, which is then representative and as a quota of the population in Montenegro. Arrival of refugees from the former Yugoslavia Republic to Montenegro has preserved the lives of people, where it was an overriding objective. They care in all previous years. Even the case took place in accordance with the opportunities that have changed from period to period. The measure of success of disposing of these persons in
in an effort to be open to every possibility of inclusion in a normal life, success in the involvement of children in school, continuing their education, health care, the right to work, and or the opportunity for the normalization of life. The strategic orientation of Montenegro is permanently solution the problem of refugees and displaced persons. Montenegro has adopted a series of strategic documents guaranteeing access to rights, implementation of international standards. In Herzegovina now one of the 23 Montenegrin municipalities. In the early 19th it was a quota of these persons in relation to the population of the municipality. These are the persons primarily for the Croatia, Bosnian, and later a small number from Kosovo. How was this burned to the municipality by the fact that until the war, the main branch of the economy were tourism, and then in the 19th there was no tourism. On the territory of our municipality, there was functioned 20 objects in the category of collective accommodation. In these facilities were about 1,000 persons whose stay has been at experience of domestic service. Housing issues as well as social service were resolved to a fair degree, mainly through partly regulating their official status by issues refusing ID cards and providing basic social service. Now in Herzegovina, in the category of parliament solution for accommodation, there are around 130 persons, and there is the course of implementation of the housing program that provides a permanent solution for the housing problem. Still around 40 families that meet certain criteria. Other families of this population residing in the municipality of Herzegovina in the past years dealt with questions of life on the available ways of accommodation, as well as employment and other issues of vital importance. Various forms of durable solution and status issues of the population is in financial stage. Many have achieved citizenship, a status of foreigners with permanent residence. A number of these individuals have managed to qualify for resettlement in a third country, and a number returned to their country of origin. Where the lack of funds and institutional structures are core problems that need to be solved to prepare for possibility migrants' careers. And follow K3 message, inclusion, integration, and internationalization. Sorry, thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for the Montenegrin experience? I think it's quite a good example to bring in from the experience in the 1990s. No real direct impact from the current refugee situation, but lessons about where the refugees or where the migrants from the 1990s are today, right? Yeah. So very interesting. I think we can, over the next couple of years with this project, learn a lot from your experience. Thank you. And last, Sweden.
Should we take it now, or?
Let's, I suggest we do the presentation now and then do the break. So we'll have the opportunity to reflect a little bit. Okay?
If this is the right one, I'll need to double check. Where is Sweden? Sweden. Could it be this one? No? It's not up. Can we take the break now? I can download it quickly, if that's okay.
We have to download the presentation, so let us take our break now and come back at 3 o'clock. It's okay?
So, my name is Genti, and I'm a project manager at the development unit at the Department of Culture, Malmo Municipality. I see some of you have headsets, so I would like at least all of you just to stand up, or you don't need to stand up, that's not a lot of people, but just look around, look at the other people in the room, take a good look at them, and try to picture what their needs are. What do they need? If you want, you can write that down. Just short. One person you thought of, you don't need to specify whom, but what is that person's needs? Well, okay. So I'll be talking a little shortly about Malmo as a city, our context, our challenges, and some solutions that we think might be relevant to all of your work. Let me see, now that's working. So this is quite interesting picture of the skyline of the city. 20 years ago, this was a lot of factories, or at least most of it, and I would say up to this point, it was sea. There was nothing there. It was just waterline, not a skyline. A little short about the city. So the city is the third largest city in Sweden. We have roughly 320,000 inhabitants. I think the crisis that has been referred to earlier has increased that number to approximately, I would say, 325,000 inhabitants in the city. As said, it's the third city in Sweden. We have a very young population. 49% of the citizens are under the age of 35, and that number is increasing. So we expect to be half of the city under the age of 30 in the coming 5 years. So it's a very young city. 26,000 students at our Malmo University, which, it started off in the beginning of the millennium, around 2000, late 90s, around 2000, we opened our university in the city. Used to be a university college, and now it's going towards a university status. 179 countries are represented in the city, and 145 languages are spoken. In Sweden, you say, if you've seen Malmo, you've seen the world. And that gives an idea of how the city is built up. 31% of the citizens are foreign-born. 12% are born in Sweden with both parents of foreign descent. So it's quite multicultural in a sense. There are 34,000 workplaces approximately in the city, and 163,000 people work in the city. That meaning that, these 34,000 workplaces employ around 163,000 people. A few of them come from the vicinity, so it's people working in the city but paying taxes somewhere else, if you understand the context. Mostly small and middle-sized companies. 70% are employed in the private sectors. 20,000 work in the municipality. That number increased drastically during the late period of 2015, where we added another 5,000 employees to the municipality services. 8 new companies are started each day. Malmo is the third most innovative city in the world. We have a lot of patents filed every day. The largest sectors are services, business and trade, healthcare, and education. 6% in production. That's 12% in Sweden in total. It used to be a very industrial city. We built ships, submarines, etc. Now we create services, innovations, ideas. The region itself, it's called Öresund, and it covers northern Denmark, or northwestern Denmark, and southern Sweden. The region has approximately 4 million inhabitants. 1.3 million live in Scania. That's the region where Malmö is placed. And 25% of both the population of Denmark and Sweden live in this little area. Approximately 250,000 companies and 167,000 students in higher education in the region. Lund, which is like 20 kilometers away from Malmö, has one of the two oldest universities in the country. That's Uppsala, started in 1666, and Lund shortly after. Attracts a lot of students from the whole world. So, when it comes to the idea or the discussions that we heard earlier today, and being the migrant situation and other challenges in the city, we see a rise in socio-economical differences. And this has been developing since Malmö stopped being an industrial city, where you see the inequalities are rising actually, and this, to us, it's quite alarming. Unemployment rises, the gap between rich and poor is expanding, and that is a problem, especially for municipality services. This led to a citywide and politically wide approach, where the politicians across both blocks, left and right, agreed upon looking deeper into these inequalities and the effects it could have for the city. And what we did is that the municipality collaborated with Lund University and Malmö University to basically research what the inequalities could mean. And it ended with a document stating that there are big health inequalities. The city is quite small, so you can cross the city by bike in 20 minutes, which is nothing. And somebody living on the eastern side of the city could live 7 or 8 years less than somebody living on the western side of the city. So with this in mind, and the idea of closing this gap, the city has tried to approach the challenge of inequalities. And all politicians agree on that. Even the far right cannot say that this is a good idea, that people should not live less just because where they live. The tax base is somewhat reduced, and that is a challenge also. As I said, we employ a lot of people living outside of the city, so they pay taxes in municipalities which are smaller and richer to some extent, but they work in the city, so they are employed by the city of Malmö. They use mostly of the municipal services, but they pay taxes somewhere else. And it has been a trend where people with stable or high income tend to leave the city to live in the vicinity, and that leads to some sort of local tax evasion. So during 2015, Malmö, being the connection to the continent, as it is said, welcomed approximately 80,000 refugees. Most of them came during the period August till December. This led to a lot of pressure, both political, and it was a lot of pressure on the municipal services, meaning that we reached a crisis state of level 2, meaning that our municipal services, schools, elderly healthcare, traffic, etc., would be affected by this high influx. So what the city decided was to collaborate and say, okay, this is a priority question. So people like me left their day jobs to work in this crisis organization for a period of time until the situation could be more manageable. In total, 163,000 refugees came to Sweden during 2015. Out of these, 37,800 were unaccompanied, very hard word, you can read it, minors. More than 50% passed through Malmö. So Malmö had a transit role, meaning that if you came to Sweden, you landed in Malmö for a short period of time, you got your basic necessities met, and then in awaiting the migration agency, you could get another placement, which could be on the other side of the country. The peak was in October, November. Approximately 9,500 people are arriving per week, and we had some peaks on minors, up to 500 minors arriving per day. So suddenly, I worked at a transit home, meaning we offered accommodation for minors, and we could get a call and saying 20 more people are coming, prepare beds, prepare food, etc., etc. The municipality was responsible for the minors. The migration agency was responsible for adults and families. During this period, we also had another migrant side story, some people would say. I would say it's a migrant story still. And it was mainly European migrants from Romania and Bulgaria coming to Malmö and also asking for some sort of help. And this created an idea on who, or at least a discussion on which migrants' needs do we address. And that I will be talking a little more about. So when it comes to trends and challenges, I would like to talk a little about this idea of the attractive place being Sweden. Northern countries, but Sweden also being one of those countries which has high standards and it's good and it's stable, etc., etc. What we saw during this period is that there is a trend on assumptions or challenges created by assumptions. Assumptions that people who seeking refuge have about a place, what do they expect, and also assumptions that we have living, residing there, on what needs do we address. If you come and seek for help, if your neighbor knocks at your door and says, I need help, what's your first thought? What type of help do they need? Is it help with lending sugar or help needing a bed? What do you think and how do you respond to that type of need, to that expression of need? So when it comes to our organization, we saw that we have some assumptions on how we should tackle this problem. Initially, we had our social services department tackle this, and we said, you handle it, this is your cup of tea. But after a while, we saw that, schools need to be prepared for this, culture department need to address these issues, we need to think citywide and across sectors. We cannot only think that this is a municipal issue. You had NGOs attending needs and seeing something else than the municipality saw. You had private sector going in and saying, here is workforce, here is knowledge that we don't have. So all these questions, all these assumptions need to be tackled by good communication to some extent. And by simply asking the question of what do you need, that is a good way to start. Because migration can be of different levels. When I say 31% of migrants, of citizens in Malmö are foreign born, what do you think? Which ethnicities do you think of? Can I just take some wild guesses from, from the audience? 31%. How many are from, I don't know, Costa Rica? Not that many. Most of them are from Denmark. They work in Malmö, but they're still considered migrants. So that creates something with us. And as I mentioned earlier, we had migrants from war-torn places like Afghanistan and Syria, new extreme conflicts like the Syria conflict, which is still not resolved. And then you also had the European migrants who move out of, I don't know, discrimination, economical aspects. Other challenges and trends that we saw is the terminology used. I mean, who is a refugee? Who is a migrant? What are the needs and services? Can we attend the needs of a doctor fleeing from Syria with his family at the same way that we attend the needs of a minor coming there all alone, never has been to school, it's practically analphabet. So how do we respond? Can we respond in the same manners? This is something that we saw as a big challenge. I mean, employees that we had in like transit housing, they also had different views on what is needed. Some people were like, we need to learn to the people living here how they should sit in the toilet. I mean, that's absurd. Then another thing that was a trend and has been quite a challenge is that we needed to develop emergent strategies for resilience. And resilience is quite an interesting word here. It's the ability to tackle future, I don't know, challenges. And that is something that municipalities, according to us, need to develop, because today maybe it's refugees from Syria, tomorrow might be Danish citizens because of a flood, and the next day could be Americans because of Trump or Hillary. It doesn't really matter. So we had to develop these in a very short term. I mean, in August, it was crisis level at a department level, and suddenly September, crisis level, citywide. And we couldn't just sit around and say, you do this and you do this, and we have meetings and we divide our different areas of responsibilities. Instead, we just decided, okay, we need to work with this, and we need to work with this at a citywide level, and we need to learn from this. So, I mean, the world is increasingly urbanizing, meaning that cities need to be more responsible and more adaptable to different threats. And threats could be everything. So a way of doing that could be a next migrant crisis. We could learn a lot from that. And that was the idea that the city had as a whole. That was the ideology that we worked about. Then we have a challenge with the dominant discourse. I mean, refugees, are they Muslims? Are they Islamistic fundamentalists? The media is showing a picture. The municipality is creating its own picture during the experiences accumulated from this short time. So all of these created challenges that could be seen within the city. We had a presentation earlier about Orientalism, and I mean, if we have gaps, disparities between health in the city, we also have gaps and disparities in culture, we have disparities in education, and all of these are discourses. In the politicians in the municipality, I don't think they are 31% foreign born. So that gives an idea on representation. Anyways, when it comes to solution and recommendations, during this emergent strategies on resilience experience, we we reached the conclusion that we need to service needs. A municipality is a service sector. The citizens living within the city have specific needs, and they change. They change no matter if the citizens come suddenly from another country or another city. They are ever changing. Nothing is static. To say that, it's destructive to some extent. So we need to see the needs, address the needs, and tackle unexpected scenarios. And these scenarios could be very different. We had such a scenario by the end of the 90s, where suddenly 60% of the city was without a job because all of the factories closed within 5-6 years. And that is a crisis that creates needs that we need to address. So our goal has been to create some sort of resilience and try to keep up with that and have methods and strategies to be a resilient city. Otherwise, yeah, we're not long-term. We also saw a need of having some sort of logistical task force. When it comes to minors coming into the city, we learned a lot from this experience. As mentioned earlier, we increased our employee base with 5,000 people approximately, and that led to a lot of learning to do. I mean, our human resource department was not really prepared to work in that way. They had to test. They had to employ people and then fire them and break all the rules and laws that we had. We broke laws when it comes to public office, when it comes to what is it called? Yeah. We broke every single law there was to break. I mean, employment laws, etc., etc. We didn't follow the procedure because we couldn't. We were unable to do that. But that led to an understanding that our organization maybe has been too static, so we needed to rethink that a little. So the logistical task force is an idea to have some sort of readiness organization within our organization. So every department in the city has appointed roles where they need to be part of this readiness organization. It could be a fire, it could be a chemical outbreak, doesn't really matter, but we need to get in, understand the problem, and try to solve it. And we need constant revision. We cannot just say, we solved this crisis, we're done, put it on the side. No, we need to be there, attend it, learn from it. Another solution and recommendation, it's a process that we are working on within the city and trying to create a learning organization. We need to be exposed to challenges, see them for what they are, learn from them, reflect and evaluate on what we learned, and get back to it, get exposed again, and reflect and learn. This might be super important when it comes to leadership. Leaders in the organizations need to have an attitude that is open to learning, to challenges, to reflection and evaluation. They need the right tools, because it's easy to expect it from an employee on the lowest level of the municipality. You can expect from a teacher to be curious and to be active, etc., etc. But if the school manager is not that, then the teacher won't be either. So we need to work on all levels. So leadership is quite important. When it comes to resilience, we need it for our municipalities. We need to be a resilient organization. We need to have structures that are resilient, that are that do not break up by a single crisis, and we need communities to be resilient. How can our citizens be prepared for problems? I mean, if you look at school, or if you use this cliche term, I can give you fish, you eat a day. I can teach you how to fish, you'll eat the rest of your life. That's basically it. We're talking about giving the right tools for people to be resilient. And that was it. Contact info, thanks a lot. Questions? No. Yes?
That in Sweden, so I've heard that in Sweden you have lots of minors settled in foster families without having the of being foster family. So how has it been? Have you got any experiences of how the children have gone further in the foster families?
I mean, there are a lot foster families, and basically the process is that if you cannot find somewhere to live, otherwise you could, as a minor, maybe contact somebody who you would like to live at. It could be a relative, a far relative, somebody known, or it could also be somebody that the municipalities appoint as a foster family. And that's basically, they are appointed by the municipality after a thorough process. They hand in an application for being a foster family. The social services are connected, so they see, okay, how does that work? Is this family suitable for this minor? And then they evaluate constantly. So they look at it, they have a direct dialogue, and in some cases we had to recall children back from the foster families because it didn't work. It could be that the children had special needs. It could be that the foster family was very unadaptable or unsuitable. So was that an answer to a question?
Yeah, because I heard from old colleague who works now in southern Sweden that they just the children were just coming and they just have to settle them to a families which didn't have gone through the process of being foster families. So that's why I was curious, how has it been? Because I've also worked with the foster families, so it's its own process usually.
I would say it depends on which city. When it comes to Malmö, we had a thorough process where children get appointed to a district, a city district, and then the city district has to take them through this process. But it was, in a sense, it was easier for Malmö because we got this special treatment, because we were accepting a lot of migrants during that period. We didn't get any appointed children living in the city. Everybody was passing through. It was just transit. When we did get, then the process has been that the district gets an appointee, and then to the children you connect a psychologist, a social officer, social services officer, and then you connect something called a good man. And a good man is basically anybody, every citizen who would like to be a good man, hands in an application, and they have responsibility for the child as they become their tutor, basically. So that has been the process, and as I said, in some cases it works, in some cases it doesn't. And it puts a lot of pressure on our social services because they have the utmost responsibility for the children.
Any other questions?
Did you say you hired 5,000 people to work with this crisis? How were they volunteers or were they?
You could say it was both. Initiated with volunteers, but the city then, the social department basically had a human resource pool where everybody could apply. In some cases, we had some bad experience from it. Most of the cases, it was young people, students, part-time working in this type of transit housing, and most of them, I mean, if you look at the employees during that period, it has been the most diverse employee force the city has ever employed, which was a necessity. We needed the language skills, we needed the communication skills. During your presentation, I came to think about this, the language being as a very important thing to have in mind when employing. I would say that it's, for us, those who showed best competences were the people who had an attitude towards communication. And not knowing the language was not a problem as long as they had the attitude, I want to learn who you are. So we quickly went from, do you have the language skill? Yes. To, okay, what type of experience do you have in communication? Good, we're going to test it out. The language skill, it's a plus, but not a necessity. So we were looking for other.
Did you have any time to do any kind of training, or were they just thrown into the situations and
as I said,
cope with it?
I can say my experience on Friday the 9th November last year, which is, a colleague of mine got a job as a manager, and that night he opened 3 housings, which were employed the same day by people around a staff of 30 people per day. And I got a phone call the next day on the 10th. On 11th, I started working as a manager for 2 of these places. So proper training, no, unfortunately not. But what we learned is that we need to have this type of task force. We need people who have passed through this type of experience, who can quickly adapt to situations, who can quickly teach out the skills of this context. So now, to answer your question, proper training was an ambition, but not realizable.
Yeah, I agree with you with that about the languages. It is, well, of course, in our case, we're talking about workforce coming, and they're coming. You ended up in a crisis. We can plan this, what is coming up, but that is true. We need people who have some kind of interest in communication and a will to help people to make themselves understood.
What the districts have been doing is that they're all public employees. Public employees are people who basically meet citizens. They are going through thorough education on how do you meet, how do you greet, how do you communicate. Even if they have experience of working in a library for 30 years, they still have to go through this process because the citizens are changing, the way we communicate are changing. So what do? Will you have the attention of somebody working on their phone? Yeah. Yes? And I'm done.
Any other question? Well, I'll say thank you in advance.
Thank you.
That's thank you. Depending if a certain candidate wins the U.S. election today, I now know I have an open door to visit and stay. Thank you. That's right. Do you have the form with you that I can start to fill out? No. No. Okay. No form needed. Okay. Okay. We have about 20 minutes. I'd like to try something to sort of bring everything together. We've listened to 5, I think, presentations, 6 presentations actually, actually 7 presentations in the past 2 hours. So we've received a lot of information, a lot of ideas reflecting the very diverse set of experiences across our municipalities, across our countries. Does everyone have a pen and a piece of paper? If not, maybe you can turn to someone around you who has a piece of paper. Okay, you should have some paper in your folder. If you could take no more than 5 minutes and write down 3, 4, or 5 things that you think are necessary for preparing our workforce in our municipalities for doing a better job integrating refugees and migrants into our communities? What are 3, 4, or 5 things? And try to write down things that you currently do not do in your municipality, right? 3 to 5 things that you have learned from the experiences of others presenting today. And we can just pass the microphone through the rows until everyone has shared their 3 to 5 things. I will write down what I can on the flip chart here, and we'll see what kinds of lessons we have learned or questions that we have, what commonalities we have between our municipalities, what differences exist, and so on.
Okay, I put 5 words. So the first one is a clear definition of a responsibility between levels, European level, national level, and local level. The second is definition of long-term needs of refugees, including jobs and resilience. The third one is communication and education involving communities. And the fourth is participation of communities in relocation process. And the last one is mutual learning and training of interested parties, of people that work with refugees. Third one? Okay, sorry. Communication and education with local communities. Participation of communities in the decision process or in relocation process. And last one is cooperation, mutual learning and training.
Okay, first of all, I think it's been really interesting from our point of view to follow this discussion, because we in this little tiny municipality are just taking baby steps within this field, and the same applies to Lithuania too, in a way. And then we have Malmö, which has had a crisis experience just from a year ago. The same situation is going on in Italy, and the amount of number of people coming to you is just huge. So what we are dealing with is just tiny. And then also the Montenegrin example shows us you have experience from what happens within the 20 years after the refugee situation has been after the active part of it. I kind of, when addressing this issue, I try to be very practical, but the things I've written down are kind of abstract, and I could sum up them in 3 words: attitude, training, and learning. And when I'm thinking of the attitude, I hope we could see these situations, what the situation we are having, as an opportunity rather than a threat. And the way media treats us now, or the way we see it in media now, is giving us a very negative idea. In many cases, of course, there are different types of messages too, but it's very, very negative on the local level, and very threatening, hostile even. And I wish we could get more positive feedback or positive experiences that the people living in the communities have, and they would share those experiences. And I was thinking, well, we will obviously need some kind of communication, even from the municipality side. I also believe in training the staff, and I really want to expose them to these situations where they have to deal with situations with foreigners, whatever background they then have, if it's a refugee or an asylum seeker or somebody who comes to work with us. And then learning from the others' experiences. I think this project is, in a way, it comes in a very good time. And I tried to, when Genti was having his presentation about Malmö, I was just trying to think of myself as a social worker in Kalajoki, and listening to that and understanding how fast things can just start happening, and the same thing when listening to the others, of course, but learning from the other experiences, and really understanding that these things are happening very close to us, and it's just probably just a matter of time when we have to deal with them.
Okay. After today, the ideas that I got was also a little bit more abstract, and also thinking about my own work. So I try to see the new situation, the refugee crisis, as a possibility to learn, to do the plan for the future, and a crisis plan. and the idea about the leadership, that at the moment the asylum seekers who are moving to our city after the residence permit, we are now in the situation that in many places they were a year ago when the refugee centers were settled. So now I have to keep in mind that even if I am flexible to think how we should do, I can't expect that as an obvious thing from my team. So yeah, remembering that. And in common, it has been very interesting to listen all the presentations today, because now it comes again on mind that even in Europe we have so different countries, political situations, migrant histories, etc., that today it puts me again out of my own box to a little bit look more widely the situation.
After listening to all these presentations from Italy, Montenegro, Sweden, and Finland, I realized once more that how complex the problem is. And a very serious approach that has to be applied to refugees, that has to be adopted in our state. Well, my municipality is a small one. I'm not sure if we can expect to get refugees soon, but preparing for that and talk about that is very necessary, and however resources are also necessary for this. We cannot leave the process only for the volunteers and non-governmental institutions and expect that integration will be successfully. In this case, I believe this integration will raise a greater threat and risk than the success if we leave it without any tools. So I believe that resources and human resources are obligatory. Today, I think it will be me who will have to make this information known, because even politicians in our municipality are not aware of it. The situation is not clear, there is no positivity. There is a negative attitude towards the topic. And first of all, I believe we have to talk about this by means of media, and we have to discuss it and spread the information as much as we can. I believe that is much for the beginning. So if my colleague from Finland talked about that the process is in the baby stage, so in Lithuania it is its embryonic stage. And I believe we have to start with the legal basis. So the law of migration that is adopted in Finland might be quite obligatory in Lithuania. And many ideas that I have in my mind have already been made public, so I will not repeat myself.
And me too. I was thinking about the political will and understanding of the problem it's vital. So apart from that, the real resources added to this equation. I mean, they have to be well calculated, so we need both resources in terms of financial resources, but also prioritize in time. So we prioritize this question, otherwise it won't get the attention needed, and then we'll have other problems to attend to. From a Malmo perspective, we in the early middle 90s we had also a migrant crisis situation, which we didn't really attend as needed. So what happened is that we have segregated areas which have developed into the need for looking at health inequalities. I mean, that's a correlation between that. And one of the most important things that is needed is the curiosity towards our citizens. As a municipality who offers services, we need to constantly ask ourselves, what do the citizens need, and try to adapt to that. And don't forget that we work for them and not them for us. Thanks.
Number one, financial resource to resolve two questions of the 19th. Communication and education for the municipality, facility for care, and plan for future.
No, you repeat.
Okay. Number one, financial resource to resolve two questions of the 19th. Number two, communication and education. 3, facility for care. And number 4, plan for future. Plan.
So for me it's difficult to answer to your questions because I'm not from the municipality level, of course, but you know, during a period of 2 months I was in Sweden. I saw the system, how it works in the municipality and county level even. Also we were visiting NGOs. So I think that very important is to use the practice. For example, if in Lithuania we don't have a lot of practice with migrants and refugees, yeah? But we can use our practice and cooperate, and municipalities could cooperate with NGOs which are active in such in such areas like integration of disabled people, yeah? Also integration of alcoholics or drug addicted people, because it also creates, you know, some kind of integration examples, how to integrate those people who are not friendly met by the society and at the beginning. So it would be a good experience to use it, what our NGOs already has. So maybe it could be like advice from my point of view.
As I'm the last, it's not easy to add something new, but from what I heard, and I agree very much that we need clear procedures, we need the law who defines responsibilities, but also it's very important because strategies, policies are at national or state level, yeah? But the implementation is at local level. And the success of this can be achieved if we be prepared, yes, so and those institutions, there are people, so we have to start from the people, from community members, yeah, to change the way of thinking, to become more empathetic, and to try understand what help migrants really need, not to offer our help maybe which they do not need at all, yeah? So I also think that at the local level, volunteers, NGOs are very important, and they can play a very important role, because our resources, human resources and financial resources at the local level are scarce and not enough. So we need to work as a team if we need to succeed. And what else I want to emphasize, that we need to start at the early age. It's not time to try to change the thinking of our elders. Yeah, we need to talk about this multiculturalism, about diversity at schools, at kindergartens, and that it was for the children, that the perception of the different race, different religion was positive, that people, children grew knowing that we live in the world of diversity, yeah? It's very generalized, but that's what my feedback.
Thank you. Okay, and it is now 3:59. We're scheduled to end at 4, so I will give you the last minutes free. Thank you. This is good. This is productive. I think we'll type up these notes, and along with the notes from the rest of the program, share with everybody, and I'm sure there'll be more conversation, certainly over the next 2 years of this project almost, right? So thank you, everybody, and the whole group is coming back into this room, so you can stay seated where you are, and that's it. Thank you.
if you don't mind. So let's start our last session of the workshop. We had a long day with very interesting presentations and discussions, at least what we had in the first group. I hope that the rest groups had the same feelings after the day. So I would like, now I will invite moderators of each group to present what practices we have learned today, what challenges you faced out, and what recommendations and suggestions can be presented to our municipalities, because as you know, Lithuania is making the first steps in the area of integrating migrants in our communities. So I would like to invite the first group's moderator, Tom Breyer. Tom?
Okay, thank you, Jolanta. So this first group had to work through the issues of how to prepare municipal workforce for developing plans and sustainable systems, structures, training, skill sets, competencies for integration. So we had, I think, 7 different presentations in our group. And we received a lot of information from across the participating countries with 2 presentations from Finland, 2 from Lithuania, and 1 each from the other partners. And trying to wrap our head around everything became a little bit challenging. Of course, we had a lot of information, a lot of ideas, but what I asked everybody to do in the closing minutes was to write down 3 to 5 things that they thought were most critical for preparing our municipal workforces to succeed in refugee integration. What are those 3 to 5 things that are most critical? And ideally, they should identify things that they are not currently doing in their own municipalities. What have they learned from the experiences, the presentations of others? And so I will just go through quickly the ideas that are mentioned, and I believe there are 28 items here, with some duplication. A lot of them are pretty abstract, more principles than specific action steps, but action steps certainly can come later. First thing is the identification of clear responsibilities across levels of government, municipal level, state level, European level. Who is responsible for what? Having that clarity from a legal perspective and from a functional perspective is very important. Understanding the long-term needs of refugees, how to identify those long-term needs of refugees. From a more practical perspective, maybe how do we help our municipal workforce communicate with the refugee population or the migrant population so they can understand need in a very sort of empathetic way. Third, communication and education. This is something that you'll see repeated throughout the list. Fourth, participation of communities in decision making. How do we engage our citizens, our current residents, as well as the newcomers in the process of decision making about refugee integration? So this is, in some ways, a public participation question. Fifth, cooperation, mutual learning, and training across sectors, across organizations. Again, is a theme that you'll see repeated. Next, we had 3 ideas that are, I think, closely related. 1, attitude. 2, training. 3, learning from others' experiences. Attitude is quite important, and I'm going to put words in the mouth of our colleague from Finland who suggested this as an idea, but it was offered that the media are very important in shaping the attitudes of our citizens, of course. So I'm thinking now, is there a role for municipalities, for municipal governments, for municipal workers to better interact with the media in some ways, to ensure that the media are faithfully and honestly and in an unbiased way reporting on the refugee situation? This might be an opportunity for municipal training and workforce development. Next, we have learning and planning for the future, the necessity of thinking beyond where we currently are in our municipalities, particularly for our municipal governments that are not currently faced with any significant refugee situation, where we are not receiving very many refugees. We know that our time will come, right? Maybe it will be this year, maybe it will be in 5 years, maybe it will be the next wave of humanitarian crisis in 20 years. But one way or another, all of our municipalities might be faced or will be faced with some kind of migrant situation. So learn from others, plan for the future, to be flexible in adapting to changing needs, and try to gain exposure to the views of others. And if I am putting words in anybody's mouth that you did not intend, please tell me if I am misinterpreting anything that you said. Next, preparation and development of resources, finding new resources, recognizing that successful refugee integration requires more than reliance on the NGO community and reliance on volunteers. We need more human resources available from municipal government and from other sources. Next, we have the issue of maybe educating our politicians who might not be fully aware, and the burden that might be on the municipal official, particularly those officials who are here today, who are more aware of the complexity of the issue, to educate our elected officials in some meaningful way. The media, again, working with the media, identifying the legal basis is very important, maybe looking at the Finnish law of migration as an example for application here in Lithuania, for instance. Again, the resource question, finding the resources, using the resources, leveraging existing resources, curiosity towards citizens, and helping to communicate with citizens as a competency for municipal officials. Again, you'll see some overlap: communication, education, financial resources, planning for the future, using existing NGO practices that we can learn from in other social service areas to apply in this case of refugee integration, having clear procedures in place, defining responsibilities through the law and having clarity in that, helping municipalities start from their community members to change thinking and to help community members and citizens become more empathetic. This itself requires some training of municipal workers, again, in maybe some areas of public participation, using or leveraging NGOs and volunteers, again, and lastly, going beyond maybe the typical way of thinking about preparing our workforce, starting out at a young age. So going into the schools with our children to prepare them for understanding the world in which they're growing up into, where diversity is going to be a greater fact of life than maybe previous generations experienced. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Maybe someone have questions? If no questions, then let's move forward. And I would like to invite the moderator of the second group. And they were discussing today how our communities are prepared to live together with migrants and what they should do the integration becomes successful.
Thank you. Sorry, I will use my
phone. I'm not just browsing something while I am talking, but I have a picture of a summary of our discussion. That's why I will use phone just to have, I will look at some notes of our discussion. Actually, yes, we had a very interesting discussion about how to prepare our communities for living with refugees and living with migrants. And in total, we had 6 presentations. One from Montenegro, one from Sweden, one from Finland, and 2 presentations from Lithuania. Haven't forgot? Italy, yeah, and one from Italy. So in total, there were 6 presentations. And after these presentations, we had a discussion of the issues that all countries experience with like kind of the problems, and we call the not problems but issues. And also what could be solutions? How can we cope with some of the problems, with some of the issues? So, going back to our discussion, we have identified the major issues such as, first of all, attitudes. And some negative attitudes existing in our societies, in our communities, and we came with a discussion about stereotypes, unwillingness to change, and stigmatization of others. Also, we were talking about the lack of resources, how to keep integration after some projects, and what can be done. Also, we discussed how to find the best place for migrants regarding cities and regarding countries that fit their needs. Also, we discussed the issue of languages. The issue of languages, there is a kind of a lack of knowledge in languages, both from the migrants but also from the society side, and we have to discuss this as well, to have this in mind as well. Also, there was an issue of networking and cooperation among sectors. We also, our group here sees some problems, and that is one of the ways how can we find some solutions to go further. And the final thing was the lack of information. Like having in mind all these issues that we have been talking about, we also had some recommendations for solutions. So one of them was to set clear rules, and that will make our lives easier. Also to think about inclusion of women first, because they are like a core of a family. Also, we were talking about sharing experience, and especially sharing success stories, because and it's related to the discussion of the working group 1, that actually there are some biased information on media, and if we share some more positive information that benefit our understanding, and that might change attitudes of society as well. Also, one of the recommendations was common activities that we can understand each other much better. Education through new ways of learning, and here we had some interesting examples how public libraries can be used for teaching languages. Also, the issue, lack of information and a solution that we need to inform society, and especially we emphasized
correct information about all the issues. So our final say was that we have to find some complex solutions. And also one of the questions that we analyzed during our workshop was who should be responsible for initiating discussions, initiating some projects in local communities. And we came with a conclusion that it should be everybody's responsibility, like churches, NGOs, local administration. If they work together, if they will create a real network that would benefit all the society, and our communities would be prepared much better for live with refugees and integrate minors.
Questions, comments? No questions and comments. Then we move forward to the third group, which discussed existing institutional and legislative developments and how they help or prevent successful integration. Who will be the first, Audronė or Živilė?
We are an example of inclusive decision-making and sharing responsibilities. We were both moderators there, and we have 3 questions to answer during our workshop. So my colleague Beatrice will start with first 2 questions, and I will proceed on with the third one.
Yeah, we have discussed about integration, and the thing what we have to answer, ideal system integrating refugees. So I have put some details. So psychological, social assistance, language training, cultural training, social benefits. Vocational training is very important. Also, we have discussed that support finding accommodation requires much time, and and finding employment is a challenge for refugees. Also, we have discussed about development of multicultural competences on professionals on all levels in the field of social integration, and the media makes a big role helping integration of refugees. So information to society about refugees and best practices could be helpful for the integration. And also the network of mentors and volunteers is also very good, so that refugees could get assistance. And of course, to include refugees in dialogue, solving all the matters, because they are the people that they matter what we are talking about, and they know all what we require and what we need. So we have to listen to them. So, and what about resources? What do we have? So we have legislation system, and we have legal acts, but we need implementation. So some legal acts should be implemented. And in integration system, there are several actors acting. Of course, government, municipalities are involved, but in Lithuania only some NGOs are included. And what about other sector, and about to think of what other actors could be included, and what could be helpful integrating refugees. We discussed about social assistance, that it's not enough to support integration, and we should look for external funding and maybe EU project.
Thank you for answering the first two questions. So she did the main job now. And only one question is left for me. So having this opportunity, I want to say thank you again for all our presenters. So they shared their experience from Finland, from Italy, from Montenegro, and from Sweden, and from Lithuania. So we got inspiring examples, and the third question is about trends, challenges, and possible solutions. So these possible solutions are inspired by those examples. I have several points here, and I go point by point now. So the trend is the prejudice, xenophobia we have in our society, and this is characteristic to both public and the public servants too. So the challenge is then of diversity and diversity awareness, and the solution is triple. First solution would be targeting public servants, and that would be training for public servants, and somebody else also spoke about this. Second solution is targeting the general public, and here we come with awareness-raising campaigns. And the third is refugees or migrants themselves. So here we meet information portals, manuals, helplines, mentors, etc. Second point is the trend of having different social benefits calculating systems. In one country we have a system for general public, for Lithuanian residents, and another system for refugees alone. And this means different allowances or different social benefits those people get. And we spoke about low allowances, for example, that refugees get in Lithuania that do not empower to meet all the social and other needs they have. So then the challenge is equality and empowerment, and the solution is to synchronize, or at least to think about it, the social benefits systems. The third point is child care services as a trend. We have specific tools in place, but still it becomes usually a barrier for employment, especially for women employment. And we heard a very nice example from Finland about international daycare centers that might help families with children daycare, and allow women to enter job market more easier. Fourth point, unaccompanied and separated children. We had several examples. One was from Sweden and one was from Italy. And we thought that the challenge for Lithuania is lack of legislation and lack of special care services for this type of refugees. And we think that the possible solution might be to think about special program, special centers needed, and national guidelines for these cases, which are not that present in Lithuania. Fifth point is language barrier we found as a trend. And we heard in a presentation that this is one of the main barriers for successful integration. And then we have to think about Lithuanian language teaching as a challenge. And we had example from Italy and Finland. Italy having a school integration program, which our colleague said is really nice. And from Finland, who told us about language teaching in preschool, for preschool children. So those cases could be really good examples. Sixth point, integration through employment and education is something that is usually happening. But the challenge is of having just a weak integration or shallow integration, not really deep integration. Thus, we have to speak about cultural integration, and we have a very good example from Sweden. Correct me if I'm wrong, that was called Language, Culture and Identity, about bringing migrant population to cultural institutions in Sweden and thus learning the culture, the Swedish culture, etc. So speak about cultural integration. And the last thing to say is have more of social dialogue, have more of inclusive decision making. including refugees themselves in decision making, and empowering communities. We heard a really good and inspiring example from Malmo city of people taking action. And I think only when we empower people and make them be members and participate in resolving these issues, only then we will have this positive attitude and more successful integration. Thank you.
Thank you, Audronė. Thank you, Beatrice. So it was the last group's presentation, and there is no much to add what was told, yeah? So it was the first event of the project, and it's coming to the end. And we had a target to get introduced to each other, to the partners of the project, because we know not enough about each other. So it was a really good opportunity to find out existing practices in Sweden, in Italy, in Montenegro. What I forgot? Oh, Lithuania as well. Yeah, and we are looking forward to the next meetings. We are going to have 4 meetings during the next year. So the next meeting will be in Sweden. We are looking forward to it, especially because it's most experienced country, most experienced partner in the project. So we hope that we will learn more, and our discussions will be even more specific. Yeah. So this is the time to thank to all partners of the project for great input, because your presentations were very interesting. So thank you for Porpedone municipality from Italy, from Herzog Novi municipality from Montenegro, from Kalajoki municipality from Finland, Association of Villages also from Finland, and for also I want to thank to my colleagues of university, the Faculty of Social Sciences, Arts and Humanities, especially for our Dean Egle, who was the moderator, and also for my colleagues from the Institute of Public Administration, Public Policy and Administration, the director Audronė, Ramonė, Jolita, who presented and helped us organizing this event. Also, we had a group of volunteers, so special thanks to the students of the Faculty of Informatics who made possible our event to record and to live broadcast on the internet. And also, I want to thank to my team, Romena, Thomas, Evelina, and all other volunteers who did a great job. And maybe that's all. If I forgot something to mention, so please excuse me. And at the end, I want to invite everyone to join us at the dinner. It will be in Senieji Rusiai restaurant in Vilnius Street at 6:30 p.m. So please join. We want to continue our discussions in non-formal way.
So just to, I'm not going to keep you all because it's getting late, and thank you, Jolanta. I just have some gifts to give out to the participants who came from international countries today. So, Mary, could you help me for a sec? So,
we have some gifts for our Swedish and our Montenegro, and they're all the same. Anna Koski, just wait a second. And I'd like to also, I have some, no wait, I have it. Yeah. Oh yeah, okay, that's good. Leave that there then, because I got different presents for Lithuanians. And I have, so just something small for those who took part in the who were, what's the name? The moderators of the workshops. I'd like to say thank you very much for your help. There's something small, and for Tom. Thank you, sir. And unfortunately, I wasn't. There's two of you here, but I have one. But I have spare something for you as well. Okay. So, thank you so much, because it takes a lot of work to make it all come together. And then we have something small for our Äänekoski members as well. Thank you for coming all the way. Yeah. And then, yeah, I have extra. Yeah, and then I also have something. I have something for Romena. Is she here? No. Well, you can give that to Romena. And then I have something. Yeah, this is for. Yeah, that's it. And then just one last thing. I don't know how many of you have experience in organizing these seminar things, but they take an awful lot of work, and they take an awful lot of background work to make things come together. And I think you'll all agree. Today has gone very smoothly. The food and the coffees and the organization, the webcasts, everything has been done so excellently. And I know that there's a large team of people working behind to make it happen. But as always, there's one person at the top that usually helps those people. So I'd like to give a special thank you and applause to Jolanta. So, I think that I think we're going to conclude for today. I would request that some of you who are participating, please follow the progress of the project over the next 2 years. We have a website that's being slowly updated, but it's quite simple. It's europe3i.com. So. Once I get around to it, I'll put all the workshop materials, all the presentations, all 28 presentations or something like that. There's a lot of information to go up there, and we'll put lots of information there. And please stay in contact and keep watching it. And I hope that by the end of the project, we'll also have some very good material that you can actually then implement into your own municipalities, and which you can use yourselves. So it's been a really good, I think, for the kickoff seminar, this has been exceptionally well planned, and you've all done an absolutely fantastic job. So now, let's call it quits, let's go for dinner, and thank you very much. Okay, achoo.